Good morning. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yay!
Yes, ma'am.
See no
I'm sorry,
faces
I had walked out.
yet. Hi, Cecilia.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Hang on just a second. Um, I think we're getting started in a few. I was just checking in on volume and we're making sure the live stream's working okay. It looks like we're live.
Leah, so if I share my screen, can you see it or no?
I did a minute ago. I don't see it at the moment.
Okay, let me see. Let me try this
Ago, it
again.
had your PowerPoint and it did say, Renee Guajardo's screen is shared.
This one is one right here. So this is the one. Mm-hmm. So that one, and then share, and then, okay, and then, okay. And you can see it?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yes, you can see it. Me, that over here, okay. Oh, wait.
Hi, Rochelle.
Hello, how are y'all?
Good. I can't find my mouse now. I'm seeing faces pop up. I don't get to say hi until I see your face. Hi, Scott. There's Heather.
Hi. I didn't know if I was gonna make it today. My apartment complex caught on fire over the weekend. I lost everything.
Oh, Scott, that's
my
awful.
God, I'm so sorry.
That's terrible.
Oh.
There's a lot of terrible things happening right now. I've seen.
My coworker next to me, the registrar, hers happened a couple of weeks ago. She lost everything in her apartment.
Mm,
I'm sorry to hear that, Scott.
terrible.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
And yeah, and Cecilia for your colleague as well. It's horrible.
Mm-mm.
Very devastating news. And weather, things that people have been going through. So sorry.
I
Mhm.
know. It seems like things keep happening every day. I've
Mhm.
seen on the news, seen online, keep hearing about. So
Well, it is 9:30. I think we can get started. And
let's
I'm
get
officially
started.
calling the meeting to order. Uh, I am Cecilia Jones, the Director of Financial Aid at Jarvis Christian University and the Vice Chair for this committee. And I'm filling in for Millette as she is out today. Welcome to all the committee members and all the others joining. And also welcome to those who are joining us live on YouTube. A few meeting etiquettes reminders is that we're a live stream. And then we are, so stay muted until you need to talk. You can use the hand raise feature if you need to ask a question or make a statement. And for all of the committee members, we are asking that you can, if you would stay on camera as much as possible, or when possible, whenever possible. Also, don't use the online chat feature when making comments because those that are streaming live can't see your comments. They're good. We're all good.
Yeah, I think the one on the screen that just to
Uh-huh.
remind folks is since it is live stream, just be mindful when you're speaking or not to talk over others. I don't think that we usually have that issue in this committee. Very respectful, but if we get in a fun dialogue, just take turns and use. Yeah, well, I'll be keeping an eye on the hand feature as Renee will, and then Cecilia, if you can, we'll kind of tag team
Okay,
to take
will
questions.
do. Will do. Okay, we're up to the consideration of approval of minutes. Did everyone get to scan those?
Oh, we're gonna take roll call first.
Oh, we got to do roll call. Okay,
Yes.
I am here. We have Rochelle Garrett,
Here. Sorry, couldn't find the mute.
no problem. I see you, Leah. Jackie Adler,
Here.
Mary Escobar, Mary, no Mary. Heather Fountain,
Here.
Michelle Hill, Jackie Kelly.
I'm here.
Is that Scott Lipinski,
Here.
Gabby Leon, okay, Linda McKendry, Rebecca Marino,
Here.
Erica Ramos,
Here.
Tanya Richardson Dean, Lisa, and I don't know how to say that last name. Is that SCHOENBRUN? That person? No,
So weird. I thought I saw her. Hang on.
thought you saw her.
Maybe not.
Fabian, is that Sides?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, there you are. Okay. Beth Tolan,
Here.
Amy Wilson,
Here.
Gilbert Zavala, Denise Welch.
I'm here. Was on mute. Sorry.
Okay, all right. And
I'm
Denise
here as
Welch?
well.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
And I didn't hear Tanya, but I see you on there, so maybe you came off mute, but I just wanted to confirm Tanya is on.
Okay.
And then Erica, I barely heard you, but I saw Erica on, so just want to make sure it all got
Oh,
captured.
look at me. My microphone was on the other way. But yes, I'm here.
I saw you.
Okay. All right, welcome again, committee members. Now we are up to consideration of approval of minutes. Did everyone get a chance to scan those? We have any questions or corrections? Anybody? Bueller? Okay, if there are none, we will consider the minutes approved. Okay, we are up to update prior FAAC business, Miss Leah Smiley.
Thank you,
Smiley.
Cecilia.
Mhm.
In looking over all the meeting minutes and going back, we didn't have any prior business. However, if there's anything that as a committee member you remember from last meeting where you wanted to bring it up again, we can discuss that, but we had no formal prior business to discuss today. And as we go through the meeting at the end, what we'll do as a more formal process is confirm future things to loop back on, because obviously it's hard to remember months on end, like, oh, what did we need to discuss again? So I think one slight modification we'll make is at the end of the meeting, if there's anything that we need to circle back on, we highlight or identify that. So it's easier on the next meeting to say, okay, here's what we established as things that we would follow up on for the future meeting in September. But I do not have anything else. I'll stop for a minute. Does anyone have anything from the last meeting that you wanted to ask? Okie dokie. Can move to the
Okay.
next item.
Okay, up next is update for external relations. John Wyatt. On the line.
Good morning. Can y'all hear
Good
me?
morning.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Appreciate y'all taking the time to listen to what little insight I may have to share. But there have been some significant developments in regards to the next session of the legislature since the last time we talked. And most obvious is we've finally resolved the primary elections for members of the legislature. As you may know from the news, there were some very contested elections, primary elections for several members of the legislature. The Senate is pretty very little change there. That's going to be very similar. However, that's not the same case on the House side. There were a number of incumbent members of the House who were not successful in their attempts to be renominated, so they will not be returning to the legislature next time. Particularly relevant to higher education, the chairman of the House Higher Education Committee, Representative John Kemple, was not renominated. So that committee is definitely going to have a new chairman next session. But even beyond that, there were 3 other members of that committee who will not be returning because they were not renominated. So we're likely looking at a very different makeup of the Higher Education Committee next session. Speaker Dade Phelan was renominated. He was successful in that, even though he was challenged. But there are members of the legislature who have said that they intend to challenge him for the speakership. So a very kind of unsettled scenario for what we're going to be looking at in terms of the Texas House next session. And then obviously we still have the November general elections to get through, which will make the final determination on what the next legislature is going to look like. So that's kind of where things stand politically. We've also had, since we last spoke, both the Senate and the House have released their interim charges. So If you're not familiar, interim charges are instructions to each committee to look at specific items that the legislature may wish to act on in the next session. The Senate actually had its first hearing on its higher education interim charges last month, and that hearing was on the ban on DEI initiatives at institutions and anti-Semitism on campus. The House has not yet had any interim hearings. I will say that the fact that the chairman is not coming back and several members are not coming back may impact their enthusiasm for coming back to hold interim hearings. But generally, we would expect usually they take a break for summer, so late summer, early fall is when we would expect those interim hearings to resume. I will say there, if you look at the charges, there's nothing particularly financial aid related. They do both have a charge to monitor the implementation of HB 8, the community college finance legislation that obviously has that financial aid component for dual credit students. So that'll be a topic, but aside of that, no real particular charge that's focused on financial aid. And then the third thing I'll mention is that we are in the process right now as an agency in developing our legislative appropriations request. So as an agency, we are required each biennium to provide to the Legislative Budget Board voluminous information regarding our budget, but as well as any recommendations we would have for additional funding or changes to funding in going into the next biennium. As I said, we're still working on that right now. There's not really anything I have to reveal about, where that's going to end up. But I will say, I've been doing this for 15 years now, and every single session I've been involved, financial aid has been the top priority for our agency in terms of making sure that we have the funding necessary for our state financial aid programs to be effective. So I have every expectation that financial aid is going to be at the top of our agenda for advocating and recommending to the legislature where they want to invest their funding. So that's kind of the 60,000 foot view, that kind of where things stand right now. I'd be happy to answer any questions or if there's any conversation.
I have one question, John, not specifically on what you just went through, but when you talk about this upcoming session and kind of the priorities and whatnot, by September, do you think that there will be a feel on being able to share maybe what some of the initiatives are going to be from the coordinating board or anywhere else where you're hearing things coming through for the planning?
Absolutely. So, we have to submit our LAR, I think in August. So at that point, we will have a finished document in terms of what our budget recommendations are going to be. In terms of an agenda for session, we will be working with the legislature. Previously, at this point now, many years in the past, we used to have more of a formalized legislative agenda. But now we're more focused on working with members of the legislature to make sure they understand what the interests are of higher education. That being said, I'm sure the commissioner is going to have a lot to say to help inform those discussions.
Mm-hmm. That's helpful. I think, like I said, we'll partner in September and see if we can provide or share anything. Obviously, in December's meeting, that's when we'll have a lot more idea of how things are coming along and what to expect.
So, kind of the next big kind of deadline is in November, is when the legislature starts pre-filing. So that is, I don't know the exact date, but it's early in November, where members can first start to file legislation to be considered in the session, which starts in January. So that's kind of the first time where you're really going to see what people are putting in the hopper for consideration. And also, you'll also see those kind of low bill numbers. So hopefully I'm not sidetracking too much here. But generally, the first 20, 30 bill numbers are reserved for those bills that the leadership is behind. So there's a reason why, you know, HB8 was HB8, because it was a top priority of the House to advance that legislation. So when you see those initial bills filed with those low bill numbers, you know, those are the bills that are very likely to move because they're priorities for leadership.
Good to know. Well, we appreciate your time. Anyone else? I didn't mean to take over.
No one else? We're at agenda item number 5.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
I think Chad
Charles?
is not, I don't think he's on just yet, unless I missed him. Hang on.
I didn't see. I just went through the list. I didn't see him.
And that's okay. What we can do, and he's only going to take a few minutes, I believe, when he joins, but we can go ahead, if you're okay with it, to maybe flip-flop Denise's update on TASFA. I just got a message saying he's on his way. So if we want to flip-flop for a minute.
Sure.
Let me see. Denise, are you able to provide your update a little early?
Sure. Thank you. I'm Denise Welch. I'm the TASFA president this year. We have a lot going on in TASFA right now. We're planning for our conference, which will take place on October the 9th through the 11th at the Hilton Houston Post Oak. Registration did open this week. Also, we are in preparation for New Aid Officer Basics, which will also take place that same week. Registration will open for that on mid-July. So we're gearing up for all of those things that are vital, especially this year with all the changes that are being made and are happening daily in the Office of Financial Aid and our FAFSA. And so we look forward to a great, robust agenda. So we welcome all TASFA members and financial aid offices and all those who are interested in learning more about TASFA and about what's going on with our in our world, so to speak. Other than that, we are gearing up for elections for our TASFA board that will happen in July. The nominations are already out on our website. For those who are interested in that, you can go out and look and see who has been nominated this year for our TASFA board. Other than that, I think that's all I have, unless someone has any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise.
So we will circle back. Renee,
Yeah,
if you want to
circle
go back to Chad's, he is on.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
So it's that time of the year when THCB needs to submit information to, excuse me, the Department of Education about our the information we want included on the FAFSA regarding our deadlines. And I just wanted to touch base to make sure that we're all still in agreement in terms of the language that we choose to allow individual, that the Department of Ed allows us to include on the FAFSA. I want to see if nope. Is it possible for me to share my screen, Renee, if you stop sharing?
Yes, let me go ahead and do that. Stop sharing.
I lost everything. Hold on one second. Let me just find it. Are people able to see the 25-26 state deadline that I shared? Great. So for quite a while now. What we have included as our language is, for priority consideration, submit your application by January 5th, 2025. And then we add language that says additional forms may be required, that private and two-year institutions may have different deadlines, as well as to check with your financial aid administrator. There are these options up at the top about, we choose the additional forms may be required and the check with your financial aid administrator. We don't put in the awards made until funds are depleted. We don't put in the as soon as possible after October 1. Just wanted to check in that people are still good with this language. I didn't want to send it off without having you all weigh in. Gilbert?
I'm good with the language, Chad.
Just a quick question
Yep.
regarding the deadline.
Mhm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but should there be another delay or technical issues, the current language still allows the commissioner to adjust the deadline, correct?
Yes, we changed the rule that allows the commissioner to be able to make adjustments in exigent circumstances. And so we would be able to turn to the commissioner to see whether or not we needed to delay. And if the Department of Ed follows the same process that they did this past year, we can get the online FAFSA system updated with a new deadline. They can make that change online. Printed FAFSAs can't be reprinted for that purpose, but at least the online system would reflect that.
Got it. Thank you.
So I'll rephrase the question to, does anyone have any concerns about the information that's on here?
No, I think it's good.
Great.
I think it's fine.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure I had you all weigh in before sending it off so that it can be included. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going to a presentation. Okay, we have right at this time we have a presentation by Brian Ashton, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer at Trellis, on return to repayment and loan forgiveness. Brian?
How is everybody doing? Good to see everybody.
Good. Nice to see you. I feel like your background looks like the coordinating board.
Hey, that's what we were going for. We're going for the coordinating board aesthetic.
I almost had to go put mine up so that we, competition. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Should I share on my end or what's helpful?
It's up to you. I mean, I think Renee has it up, but if it's easier for you to be able to control or.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. That way you can follow at your own pace. So let me do that.
That would be great. Thanks. Well, thanks everybody for giving me a few minutes here on the agenda. Do appreciate it. It's, one of those things that return to repayment in any normal year would be probably the majority of conversation about higher education. But given that we are in a year with a lot of changes to the FAFSA, it has probably fallen off of the radar for conversations, not just with financial aid administrators, but also with the general public as well. And so I'll go through some slides here, just kind of giving you all an update of where we are within the return to repayment kind of process. but also, more than happy to take any questions that you have throughout this period as well. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Great. So, like I mentioned before, we are in the process of return to repayment, and there's three major things that I think are important to remember as we begin this conversation. Number one is that there is a large number of individuals that have not made a payment on their student loans ever, right? And so these are individuals going back to for some, 2019, individuals who may have entered repayment in 2019 but had a grace period that led them up to the pandemic. But for many, it's those that graduated in 2020 or left the institutions in 2020 are on a 4-year kind of hiatus from return to repayment. The second piece is that we have had one of the largest overhauls of federal systems in the student loan world. It has gotten less attention than the FAFSA overhaul, but it has still been a massive, massive overhaul in terms of how we administer the federal loan programs. And then number three is that, I think many of you are familiar, have heard me say in the past that we have not reauthorized the Higher Education Act since we transitioned to direct lending, right? So if you think about the Higher Education Act, it is still a federal family education loan program heavy act, because that's the last time that it was reauthorized. And so during COVID and, kind of the COVID period, and prior to that, we had done a lot of work on the, federal student loan policy through appropriations bills and through COVID-related bills. Over the last few years, we've done a lot of work on federal student loan programs through the negotiated rulemaking process, or NEGREG, right? And so you'll see some of those changes reflected here sort of in this presentation here today. So as a quick reminder, where we are right now in the return to repayment period, we are still in an on-ramp period that will run through the end of September of 2024. And so during this time, we have turned back on, if you will, the switch to begin the repayment process for individuals. But the consequences of not making payments are not really there in the same way that they would have been pre-pandemic, right? We're not really doing delinquency and default reporting. We're not pursuing active collections of borrowers. And so while we've restarted repayments, we've done what we would kind of consider to be a soft restart of repayment. There's a lot of things within this that are very large operational challenges for our student loan servicers in the Department of Education. Things like, do you keep an auto debit on that somebody had in place in 2019? Does that still hold, right? These are all questions that we've had to wrestle with as the department has moved through the process of, really trying to begin the return to repayment. The first borrowers, that are really beginning to make that, or the first payment that borrowers were needing to make based on the bills that were sent out, occurred in October of 2023. You probably saw a lot of issues with bills going out in October of 2023. There were a few reasons for that. One, because repayment plans had changed. Two, because we had some moving targets related to how we calculated the repayment. But three, servicers had shifted. And so as we talk about the rest of this presentation here, it's really important to remember that there is not a centralized, NSLDS equivalent system for student loan servicing. And so NSLDS holds the student loan records, but when you think about the actual servicing platforms that the servicers operate on, those are all independent platforms. Some servicers share platforms, but they really are independent platforms that are operating. And so as borrowers move from servicer to servicer, there's a lot of risk that these files transfer correctly, right? Even if you think about a 1 or 2% error rate on a transfer, that's a really high number of borrowers that could be impacted. To that end, right, we've had a lot of transitions that have occurred. Ed Financial has successfully transitioned to a new loan servicing platform. OSLA, Oklahoma Student Loan Authority, has transitioned out of the student loan servicing and moved all of their borrowers to AidVantage. Great Lakes transitioned from Great Lakes to Nelnet and then had another transition from there. FIA transitioned their loans to 4 different servicers. Granite State exited and transitioned their loans to Ed Financial, and then Navient transitioned from being Navient to Aidvantage through a conversion and a sale to Maximus. Mohila is currently undergoing some additional system transitions. So all of these movements have happened over the last 2 years. At the same time, the department has begun to implement what we are referring to as USDS, or the Unified Student Data System, which is not forcing these servicers to consolidate to one platform, but it is forcing these servicers to move towards having common data elements that go in and out of the platforms. And so every borrower's record would look similar, so that not only you can more easily transfer them between different servicers, but also so that there's more continuity in terms of how a borrower's record is reflected, which will make oversight and contract management a lot easier. So what this means is that for 43 million, student loan borrowers, many of them have seen their servicer shift between the time they made their last payment and when they're making their payment today. And even if the servicer itself didn't necessarily shift, the actual, name or brand that's on that servicing document and portal may have shifted as well. So another thing to just note here as we think about sort of this conversion, we've also, as a part of the FIA transition, Mohila took over the public service loan forgiveness portfolio. How many of you have heard that Mohila took over PSLF? Maybe read a headline or two about it over the last few months. Recently, the department made an announcement that the department was now taking over PSLF processing, right? And so Mohila would no longer be doing PSLF processing, but the U.S. Department of Education would be doing PSLF processing. That's true in name, but isn't true in operations. And so what is happening is the PSLF processing is leaving Mohila, going to the department to be reallocated out to new vendors, which are known as the business process operations or the BPO vendors. They will do that processing under the Department of Education's brand, but it will still be staff from those BPO processors that are doing the actual PSLF processing. So it still is a subcontracted process. What you're going to begin to see is more and more activities that are transferred from individual student loan servicers, in particular specialty servicing tasks, and moved to those BPO vendors under the department's brand. So the department's original idea, you may remember NextGen, Wayne Johnson, and others at Federal Student Aid, originally wanted to do a quick cutover of getting rid of student loan servicers that operated under their individual brand, move to the Department of Education's brand for student loan servicing. That didn't materialize. That didn't work out for a variety of reasons, not the least of which was appropriations to support that transition. But they did execute BPO contracts. And so now we're beginning to move function by function over from the servicers to those BPO providers, and PSLF is an example of that that's occurring. And that's aligned with now also trying to have that USDS data infrastructure that I talked about, where there's more common data elements across all of the different student loan servicing platforms, so that there's more consistency in terms of how those functions can move between different servicers as well. So when we think about all of this and we think about kind of how we operationalize all of this, we are in the process, like I mentioned, of returning to repayment here in 2024 will be, potentially October of 2024 will potentially be when we enter into full return to repayment. As a result, like I said, it's been about 5 years since many folks have made student loan payments. Not surprisingly, all of your CDRs have dropped to nearly zero, probably. You'll still have some technical defaults. We're always going to have technical defaults that are going to create a little bit of a CDR issue. But overall, CDR hasn't been something that we've had to think about. These rates are very likely to stay artificially low for a period of time way beyond this. And so I think, we're going to see a few more years of low CDR rates. What we are going to see, though, is that we are going to see a high increase in delinquency in the student loan portfolio over the next 2 years. What remains to be seen is how that delinquency impacts CDRs. So how many people have been pushed out of active cohorts versus, kind of your new folks that are entering into the pipeline. But then also, how does that delinquency rate resolve itself if the department isn't engaging in some of the default prevention and collection related activities that they had previously engaged in? And so some of the outreach that the department has done may fall away over the next few years, which one would assume would lead to, higher rates of delinquency and potentially higher rates of default. The counter to that from the department is that the expansion of income-driven repayment plans, in particular the SAVE plan and others in some of the auto enrollment components of those plans, should drive that delinquency rate down even further. And so I think for many, CDRs have kind of been a flawed metric, right, for a lot of reasons. That metric will likely continue to be even more flawed as we move forward because of the enrollment in some of those IDR related plans, and some of the automatic enrollment that will occur will reduce those delinquency drivers for borrowers, as they enter into repayment. And so, well, we think that, again, the natural reaction to a long period of forbearance would be a rise in delinquency and default. Not so sure that that's going to translate into higher CDRs for y'all moving forward. And so probably a tomorrow problem, right, to begin to think about later as we get more information on how things will move forward. Any questions on like the servicing infrastructure at this point? All right, so we'll move to loan forgiveness. So this is the exciting stuff. Loan forgiveness has been a long, twisted road for the administration over the last couple of years. As we know, it was basically kind of a campaign promise from the Biden administration that was initially implemented, but faced legal challenges from some Republican attorneys general across the country that obviously the Supreme Court upheld. The department then pursued an alternative path to loan forgiveness through the negotiated rulemaking process. And so, there were probably only a handful of people across the country who knew or cared about the negotiated rulemaking process a few years ago. That number grew substantially as it became kind of the primary vehicle for loan forgiveness. Put these slides together, our team put these slides together in May. There has been a lot of change since then, so I'll do my best to kind of talk to that change as we move through these slides. In May, the department had done substantial debt forgiveness through their authority under the Higher Education Act. And what this included were, things like increased closed school and other discharge programs like borrower defense and others. They expanded public service loan forgiveness. So one of the biggest barriers to people being able to achieve public service loan forgiveness, two biggest barriers were the right type of loan, right? FFEL versus direct loan, and the type of repayment plan that individuals had been in. They waived a lot of those requirements here over the last few years, created a temporary waiver for PSLF and expanded that. And so all told, the department has, as of May, had forgiven about 4.3 million borrowers, which is about 1 in 10 borrowers. That has risen. I think we're closer to about 4.7 million Americans right now that have received forgiveness here in June. That results in about 153 billion. I think we're closer to 170, maybe a little bit more, in terms of loan forgiveness that has occurred under the current administration. We'll talk about SAVE here in a minute. But SAVE is our new income-driven, expanded and more generous, I will say, income-driven repayment plan. We have an additional 8 million borrowers that have signed up or opted into the SAVE plan, and we would expect that should SAVE move forward and be implemented, that we would see some substantial loan forgiveness that would occur in that borrower base as well, which could bring that administration total closer to, maybe in the ballpark of 6 or 7 million borrowers that had received loan forgiveness. And so, when we look at this, it's maybe a poorly told story by the administration, the amount of forgiveness that has occurred. It certainly isn't as splashy as the per borrower forgiveness that had been talked about, as a part of the campaign. But there has been made substantial progress and substantial progress on forgiveness for those borrowers that probably were in some of the most delicate situations for loan repayment. So we talked a little bit about sort of the negotiated rulemaking process. And so the new debt forgiveness plan that was announced by the administration earlier this year came through the negotiated rulemaking process, which the department feels gives them stronger standing under the Higher Education Act to implement. This would cancel up to $20,000 in interest for all borrowers who have accrued or capitalized interest on their loans since entering repayment. It would automatically cancel debt for borrowers who would otherwise be eligible for loan forgiveness under IDR plans. It would cancel student debt for borrowers with undergraduate loans who entered repayment at least 20 years ago, and 25 years for graduate borrowers. And then it would cancel debt for borrowers who had previously enrolled in low financial value programs. And so that would be kind of an expanded borrower defense clause, if you will, in the forgiveness. And then it would cancel debt for borrowers experiencing hardships in their lives that prevent them from paying back their loans now and in the future. So as you can tell with that last bullet point there, that's kind of a catch-all bullet point, that there's some poverty-related elements and others that we need to sort of determine like what that threshold would be for individuals on the repayment side. But you do see sort of the direction that the department is trying to take with this next round of loan forgiveness. So part of that, we continue to have our wide number of IDR plans. I think prior to this administration, there were, I think, 83 different student loan repayment plans, depending on when you entered into repayment, what types of loans you had, and everything else. The department has tried to kind of consolidate those, but I think as we think about IDR plan, really the major push from the department is the Saving on Valuable Education, or SAVE plan. This is a growth of REPAYE, so the revised repay plan. It is an IDR plan. There's no way around it. It bases your monthly payment on your income and family size. It lowers the payment for almost all people compared to other IDR plans because it takes a smaller percentage of your AGI as the basis for establishing that payment. And it has an interest benefit. And this is really, if you think about what the department's trying to solve with SAVE, it really comes down to this interest and in particular, the negative amortization on loans. And so if a borrower makes a full monthly payment, but it is not enough to cover the accrued monthly interest, the government under the SAVE plan will cover the interest that accrued that month. And so this really is, again, targeted at trying to avoid the negative amortization that we've seen as a big talking point in federal student loans. As you all know, our federal student loans are tied to Treasury bill rates. And so we have some pretty expensive loans and pretty high interest rates that are coming here, as we've said. I think Parent Plus is now up to 9.08%, which is the highest that it has ever been as we head into the fall. And so Parent Plus, separate from SAVE, but gives you a sense of sort of where we've escalated on the loan repayment side. So beginning in February of 2024, if held, the SAVE plan would give borrowers who had borrowed $12,000 or less forgiveness after 10 years. And then, this summer, you would see lower payments for more individuals if this plan is implemented here in July. That being said, we do have a series of legal challenges that have been mounted. And so previous debt forgiveness was challenged through the court system. Biden versus Nebraska Supreme Court decision struck down the last round of debt forgiveness. Congressional Republicans have pushed the department on this forgiveness and have trying to be kind of giving a legislative intent angle to some of these legal challenges by saying this isn't the intent of the legislative body. And that has been supplemented by various attorneys general bringing suit against these new loan forgiveness initiatives. We have some major deadlines coming up next week, including some initial responses from the courts on 2 of the challenges that are moving forward. That'll give some light on sort of how the courts are approaching these issues. But as you all are likely familiar with, the appeal process and something like this will likely work its way up through the appeal circuits. And so this won't be a quick resolution. Where that becomes important is timing. And so, if you are able to push this out past the election, and depending on how the election goes, there could be a lot of borrowers that are in limbo if you're not able to implement some of the aspects of SAVE and some of the other loan forgiveness elements that have been included through the negotiated rulemaking process. And then I will pause here and just sort of take any questions that you have, but you all are probably familiar, but building off of what I mentioned earlier, just wanted to flag that we've seen the 24-25 interest rates set, undergrad direct at 6.5, grad direct at almost 8.1, and parent plus, grad plus at almost 9.1. So these are for undergrad, not a record, I don't believe, I think, but graduate direct and plus are records, I believe, in terms of the interest rate there. So a lot of pressure to take care of some of that negative amortization on some of these loans, given that higher interest rate that we're experiencing. So I'll pause for questions. I know I went through that relatively quickly, but wanted to just kind of bring you all up to speed on where we are with some of the repayment, not only return to repayment, restart of repayment, but the servicer transitions, what you might experience with some of your borrowers as we enter into full-blown return to repayment in September, and then a lot of the uncertainty around loan forgiveness at this point.
Searching for hands. You have to kind of, in Zoom, you have to scroll. Gilbert?
Hey, Brian. Quick question for you on the student loan forgiveness data you shared. I think it was on that slide where it was 4.3 million borrowers have been impacted by student loan forgiveness, and you had a total of, I think it's north of 150. Is that projected debt forgiveness or actual forgiveness?
This is actual forgiveness. So this is borrowers that have received the email from their servicer saying your loans are taken care of and should see a $0 balance on their loans at this point. A good portion of this obviously came from the expanded public service loan forgiveness and the lessening of the public service loan forgiveness restrictions. But a lot of just, what I would kind of refer to as 1,000 paper cut approaches to close school, borrower defense, these things, couple loans here, couple loans there. I will say that the department has been incredibly diligent about scraping everything that they believe that they have uncontested legal authority to get rid of. And that is not a small feat. That's a lot of people hours and work to get there, but that 153 billion, almost, I think probably closer to 5 million Americans here by the end of the month or so. Those are all individuals that have had their balances taken to zero.
So that will continue pending the legal issues, that will continue to increase under the SAVE program as well.
Yeah, so SAVE would accelerate this substantially, and so I think 8 million have opted in for SAVE. I think there's probably a few million more that are eligible for SAVE at least, and then you would have some of that immediate retro kind of forgiveness that would occur under SAVE that would drive those numbers higher as well. What I would say is that and I don't know this is speculation, but I think that the department has scraped a lot of, and without the continued expanded PSLF, and I think they've scraped a lot of the other HEA authority that they have for loan forgiveness. So I wouldn't expect too much other growth other than SAVE in these numbers. I think, you're probably hit where you can, but SAVE would be a large accelerant to that.
Okay. Last question. I think in the second slide, following this one, you referenced a program, referenced something, it was a term, low financial value programs. What does that mean?
These are programs where individuals have not received a return on investment, and in many cases, this is referred to as beyond what a high school graduate would receive, basically. So there is no incremental benefit to having attended that program. Where this is challenging right now is that you have a lot of different, in Texas, we obviously have our conversations happening about credentials of value. But at the federal level, you have gainful employment, you have other conversations that are happening around how you define programs that are low financial value programs. And then you have a secondary question, which is that, is this applied at the institution level or is it applied at the program level, right? And how do you kind of drill down to the individual program? So if you're a community college, you have 160 degree programs, degree or credential programs, and 7 of them don't meet the test, right? Are we getting down to that level of nuance? And then do we have the data, right? I mean, can we have confidence in the data that has been reported we don't have a unit level record. We can't track outcomes for students. So how do we determine that? Traditionally, from a loan forgiveness perspective, where this has occurred has been if we can prove that there has been defrauding or misleading statements made about the return on investment within the program, that has really kind of been the primary litmus test, heading into this. It'll be interesting to see, should kind of all of this hold, through the court rulings. And again, court rulings too, you can strike certain elements, keep others, and, how you actually implement this, I think will be a challenge.
Got it. Thank you for that. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if this is aligned with the credential of value conversation with coordinating board versus is it it's a federally defined thing, and how does that fit together? But thank you for that.
Yeah, and just for quick everybody, I mean, the department is behind on pushing anything related to gainful and kind of the various gainful elements that would be needed to implement this fall that they're saying. I don't believe, unless somebody knows otherwise, I don't believe any of that guidance has really been distributed, and so I would be very surprised, I should say, if anything would occur prior to, the election, just at this point, given that, there isn't guidance out there for campuses to respond to some of those gainful elements.
Hey, Brian, on that second bullet point there, the automatically canceling, does that mean that people who are on standard repayment that just didn't know that they could enter into one of these kind of alternative plans, they're going back and evaluating those and say, oh, you could have done this. So as long as they've met some kind of criteria, then they're doing that. Is that what that meant?
Yeah, it does. And this is where the funding conversations and challenges with the Department of Education and FSA come into play pretty heavily, right? And so the department has been flat funded even throughout the return to repayment. We anticipate that flat funding will continue. Everything takes money, right? To implement, to process, to do those types of things, it takes funding. And so, I think there's a couple questions. Are the systems there? How do you do it? And then how is it paid for to move forward? But that is the intent.
Thank you. And then you probably already said this, so I apologize, but since this negotiated rulemaking happens, what's the timeline on these potential proposals here? Like what if they were to go through, what's the rollout? What's the next step?
Yeah, so the department has been moving very quickly to get all of the necessary notifications and public postings in place. I think that the bigger question is the court system, right? And what, where, and how kind of the courts respond. And so I think you'll have more information in the next few weeks just around how various courts are responding to it. That'll then influence kind of the implementation challenges. As you all know, though, I mean, as you get closer to an election, things get really, really messy in DC. And so even if even if you have a reelect of the current administration, there still is normally transition that occurs. And so, you take any timeline that's given, at this point in an administration cycle with a grain of salt as well. Thank
you. I feel like I had another question, but I don't necessarily remember what slide it would depend on now. I can always bug you at another point, Bryant.
You know where to find me.
Anyone else? Oh, I know what I was going to ask. Does Trellis provide additional resources for schools, to help with repayment or anything like that? Because I know at one point there was a lot of resources, and now it's just kind of unclear on what areas y'all provide different kind of tools or things for institutions for things like, making sure that their default rates stay low, or counseling or anything like that.
Yeah, for sure. So we don't have any form of offering around default prevention except for a handful of institutions that are engaged in our project success work that we do with the Department of Education, where we do enhanced delinquency counseling on behalf of those institutions, but that is not a broader offering that we have. We are still able to do CDR analysis and some of those services that we've historically done for institutions on the research side, but would say that is probably, given where we've been over the last few years, probably not a worthwhile endeavor for most institutions to undertake at this point. Always more than happy though, and I think TASFA colleagues know this well too. We're always more than happy to give updates or jump on and talk about sort of where some of these things are moving with local offices, but our direct student service really isn't there in the same way for many institutions that it was a decade or so ago.
Thank you. Anything else for Brian before we cut him loose?
Denise has her hand.
Denise.
Yeah, Denise.
Thank you. Brian, can you talk just a little bit about the gainful employment and transparency? You alluded that you feel like it'll be after the election when we get guidance. Can you give us a little bit more on that?
Yeah, don't hold me to the numbers that I'm about to say, but I think, we've had previous iterations of gainful. Guidance has been provided, and technical guidance in terms of data files and submission and all of those pieces was provided either 6 or 8 months prior to implementation. And even then, the trade associations and other organizations pushed back, very, very heavily that it wasn't enough time to comply and to update systems and to do anything else. I think that given the other challenges that campuses are dealing with related to Title IV aid, that pushback would be even louder this time around. And, we're in June now, and I think we had talked about fall implementation. And so that timeline just doesn't work, right? So even if you hold, 6 months or so as kind of the target, guidance timeline, you're in December now before you could even realistically implement. It doesn't mean that the department won't send out guidance as sort of a flag prior to, kind of prior to the election. But I think that any implementation this calendar year is going to be very, very difficult given that timeline. And in conversations that we've had with a few of the trades, in DC, I know that there is an intent to push back if the department tries to move anything quickly. And then, I think full-blown implementation, as we've seen with other iterations of Gainful, this isn't necessarily speculation. It's just seems to kind of be the way that DC is managed. If there were to be a flip to Republicans, I think it's significantly less likely that we would see an actual implementation of gainful at all, right? It would just, we would just transition to something else. If there is a reelect and the administration holds, then I think that you have to deal with the transitions that will likely occur at the department, which will probably even push that. There's a re-education period. There's all of those pieces. There's obviously career staff, but other people that need to sign off on it. So I think can't say with certainty, but I think any implementation before 2025, mid 2025 would be very surprising at this point.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead.
So last thing that I would just add real quick, unrelated to this, is that we are doing support for no cost support for FAFSA completion across the state. Calls, text, postcards. So if you have any interest in doing that, please feel free to reach out to me or the team. We are doing that all summer. So your application, no ICER, your students with that are returning that don't have an ICER on file, we can do outreach to those students over the course of the summer. So no cost. More than happy to talk about that if it's helpful to any of your institutions here as well.
I know I had sent something out, right, on the listserv about that.
Yeah, we did. And we had a webinar with the coordinating board staff helped to push out on Tuesday. And there's a recording of that I can send to anybody as well. So just a little plug here as we navigate it. Gilbert.
Yeah, Brian, is that for currently enrolled students or new applicants? Meaning, or applicants that don't have anything on file but that are planning to enroll?
Both. It's for both. The only thing that we need to work through is just depending on the student population, we just have to work through consent for the outreach. And so, postcards are normally pretty easy, calls and texts depends, but normally you're picking up that consent through the application or through an inquiry card or something like that. And so would be more than happy to talk about, how that consent is derived, but it can be new students as well as returning students.
Thank you. I might follow up on that with you.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, Brian, always nice to have you. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll see you maybe in September. He sent me a whole list of things that they can help, either educate or get us up to speed on. So I was like, I'll take you up on it. So thank you for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all. Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Well, we are, 30 minutes ahead?
Yeah, we're a little ahead. I was going to say, does anyone feel the need to take a break? I know it's only been an hour. However, we can either skip up a little bit or take a 15-minute break. I'll kind of leave it up to y'all to decide.
Let's keep going. Is my vote.
I vote the same.
Same here.
Well,
Okay.
then,
Power through.
Yeah. My recommendation then would be to fast forward to the high school update, and then we.
I fast forwarded to my part.
Yeah.
Although I
Power
don't see
through.
Lisa on, right? So I don't know that it'll be a one-woman show today. If you want to.
My favorite kind. Alrighty. Hello, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning.
So my name is Erica Dene Ramos, and reminder, I'm a high school counselor from South Texas, right on the Texas-Mexico border. So an update on what it's been like on what I call the front lines. I'm trying to find a positive way to say how unbelievably painful it has been. Hellish actually is the word that comes to mind. and we have learned, I can honestly say that everything I've learned about FAFSA that I currently know, I learned it in the last 4 months, and it was just trial and error, and apologizing to families at the very beginning and saying we're gonna figure it out together. And thankfully, my population has been very forgiving, and we've got a mix of students. So we've got a few well-to-do. It's mostly low income, first generation Mexican American, first generation college going, and a unbelievably high number of students who have at least one parent with no social. Honestly, I didn't even realize what that my population. I knew my students, but I didn't realize the parents. That's just not data that we ever really truly needed to track. So, surprise for me, more than half of my population was in that situation. And we figured it out about 4 versions of a checklist later that I would just kind of create internally. And I realized this doesn't work, pivot, do something else. Everything was trial and error. We got some guidance from Department of Ed as we needed. We realized that the chat feature was so much faster and so much better than trying to phone call, especially because most often than not, the parents didn't really understand what they were asking for. When they would call. And some situations were bad enough that they were hung up on at the very beginning of the year when they just couldn't even speak English very well enough to be able to say, I need a Spanish speaker. So we've done better, and we've just kind of used the chat feature heavily. We got through, and what helped significantly was once Department of Ed was able to say, you know what, we'll kind of skip over the verification. It needs to be done for the identities, but we'll let you submit FAFSA. That really helped us a lot. I still have students that I know cannot have a parent be verified on their identity because it turns out the parent does not have identification that will be accepted because it's expired, and or they need to renew it by returning back to Mexico, or they have no utility bill that is in their name because it's maybe only in the spouse's name, and mom never got a utility bill in her name, or everything is in the landlord's name, not theirs. They pay the bill. It's just those little things that just it made it unbelievably hard. And it's impossible, I understand, for the government or Department of Ed to foresee all of these little nuances that could possibly rise. But it's those nuances that were make or break for those of us that were trying to encourage these families who already felt a certain way about being either undocumented, or they don't have socials, or their students, they already kind of felt like less than. And it it was hard. Um, we got through most of them, and I know that it's not over. I know that there's still going to be a lot of dancing to be done over the summer. But I feel like we powered through, and I am at least logistically better prepared for what next year is going to look like. Um, and so that it's more efficient, and I'm not trying to cram in 60% of my FAFSA completions in the last 6 weeks of school, which was painful, tears, 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 a lot of tissue. But I see the light at the end of the tunnel. And thankfully, our district is currently right now like at 96% of FAFSA completion, which I am unbelievably proud of because we really did do it the hard way. And thankfully, most of our institutions here locally, and actually, I would have to say across the state, financial aid offices are being kind and they're being understanding. And when we reach out to say we have this situation, most often than not, the offices are willing to say, well, we'll work with you, something. Some schools have delayed processing FAFSAs altogether as far as giving award letters. I have one institution that still hasn't awarded at all anyone, which is hard because that's going to happen in the summer when I'm no longer there to help them continue the process of whatever the kids need. But I have hope for next year. I hope that they've figured out the kinks and they will make certain considerations after they hear our feedback. I've never had as many opt-out forms as I have had this year, and it was heartbreaking to see. There were several that at the very end just said, never mind. I give up. And that was really hard for me to accept. But I had to respect the students' wishes that just said, you know what, never mind, I'll just join the workforce. When I know had it been easier, they would have, I think they would have had different choices. They would have felt differently. But we move on, and we help families as best as they let us. And I hope next year just goes better. Is there anyone in the committee that has questions for me on anything? Yes, Mr. Zavala. Apologies.
No problem, Erica. So we also support FAFSA completion here regionally with our schools, and we had a lot of the same challenges that you did. And I found that for the students that went through the workaround that was issued by the department in late March, where this was a student with a social, but parents didn't have a social, and they were advised to go just manually and enter the parents' information. Then when the correction option came out, these students weren't able to go back in and make those corrections. And I'm just curious, on your end, did you have similar situation, and have you been able to resolve those? I think some of ours have been trying to work with the schools directly to get any information that they need verified, but I'm not aware of a systematic process for those students that did the early workaround versus those that filed later.
I'm trying not to sound like a negative Nancy, but I didn't trust the workaround. I knew it looks like a band-aid. It looks like a solution, but I knew, I had this feeling that no, they're still figuring it out, and I do not trust that workaround. I don't want them to do so. On my campus, I didn't have them do it. I say, you know what, if we're this close to it being resolved and fixed, let's do it right the first time, because I had a feeling that it was going to be absolute hell with getting those corrections done. And sure enough, so we didn't have them do the workaround. Ergo, I'm not in that situation where they're having to do the corrections, because we waited for a real, what I called a real logical and realistic solution was. But as far as the corrections for those that just can't get through, something that I've noticed that has worked, just an FYI, is delete the FAFSA, delete it completely, and do it again if it allows you to do that. That has been a solution that we kind of, again, figured out the hard way when we couldn't get, when we would invite the parent and it wouldn't show up on the parent section that the student invited them, and everything matches and it still wouldn't. So we just went in there, we deleted FAFSA for student. We went in through the parent section, did it, and then invited the student. And then the student finished theirs. That was a solution. But when in doubt, if it's possible just to delete what's there and start fresh, do that. It's worth a shot, especially because even the higher ed institutions right now are drowning in verifications and these situations of trying to fix that. They truthfully don't have much of a process in place to even work with those corrections as needed. When in doubt, delete and redo. If it lets you.
Thank you, Erica.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to say I don't view you as a negative Nancy at all, Erica. I view you as one of the most passionate people I've ever heard, and that it's
Thank
very
you.
obvious how much you care about your job, your students, their future, all of the things. So I think from all of us, it's a big thank you on probably the insane amount of time you have spent learning it, educating, trying to get these students to have a future in higher education versus just, I give up. So you're doing great work.
Thank
And
you. Thank
I,
you.
I wanted to add that I commend the district for having 96%
Yes. Oh,
complete.
let me say, we
Yeah.
really had to think
So,
outside the box, and we went into the community. We asked for donations and everything from Dutch Brothers to our local taco place, and like, come on in. And did you do your FAFSA? Hot Cheetos with cheese for you. I mean, whatever it took. And it's amazing what kids will do for free stuff. So all of a sudden they can hunt down their parent. Yes, okay, let's bring in these documents. And I mean, if I am thankful for the community as well. I do have to say, I don't think we'd be able to do it without the support. And because a lot of those community members, city leaders have their students in our district, and they're jumping those same hoops, and they're feeling it too. And we're saying, don't worry about FAFSA, we'll take care of it. And we've kind of figured it out, that they realize the value in the work that we're doing, that they help support us by getting us those donations. It was a team effort, I do have to say. I am so thankful, very, very thankful. I know that there's some school districts that have shared their struggles as well. They have the same struggles, and yet maybe not as much of the support systems in place. But I love advisory boards like this and other groups like this, where we can learn from each other and grow together in it. And if nothing else, just to be heard. Someone somewhere like heard us, the concerns, the positive, the negative, and then move forward. And oftentimes, maybe even just potentially, just to be able to say we let it go. We vented, we released it, and then move forward, but always with the intention of doing what's best for our students and our kids in Texas.
Yeah. Well, I think
Thank you.
as having two nieces in high school, it became very evident how one of them going to college, how hard it actually is. You think like, "Oh, it's not that difficult." And obviously mine don't have some of the same challenges as other people throughout the state, but it has become very evident that the amount of guidance and information that is out there is super confusing. I find myself just having these chats with my sister who's trying to navigate. I'm like, oh, it's based on their SAI. She's like, what is the SAI?
What is that? Yes.
So like every time, I hear you talk about, the workshops and trying to support students and all of that, it's just, again, it's very admirable that, you take the time to show people, because people do often give up, not only in financial aid, but many things that are offered out in the community, because it's simply confusing. And this year was a train wreck of confusion.
Yes.
So again, thank you for all you do.
No, my pleasure. And if you guys know of anyone in your areas or in your district that would like to collaborate and idea share, I am absolutely available. You're more than welcome to share my contact information, or should anyone reach out to the board and ask, you have my full permission to share my email and my contact info. I'd be glad to. It's always nice to be able to collaborate and idea share, because what works for me may not work for someone else, but you can take and modify a version of it. And it's so much easier to start off with a base idea and then customize it to what you need. So especially Mr. Zavala, we're close-ish in the areas and in population. So I definitely look forward, if you would like to, we can talk in the future.
Happy to do that. Actually, my family's in the valley, so
hi.
I'm down there. Yeah.
Go 956. Will do.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thanks, Erica.
Thanks, Erica. So are we gonna push through to another, or are you all ready for a 15-minute break?
Yeah, I'm happy to do another. I think I see Heather and Laura on. So y'all want to take a break, Heather and Laura? Or you want to just knock it out and be done?
We can knock it out.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, so I'm Heather Fountain. I am the TASFA Subcommittee Chair. So to give you all an update, the 24-25 online TASFA is open. Students have been filling it out, and data is being provided to schools consistently. There are some small bugs that are being identified as we work through the process, and the coordinating board has been amazing with working to resolve those, and Laura has been very responsive. I know in all of my questions regarding the online TASFA process. So this morning, a code fix did get pushed to production for some batch processing issues that have been identified. Laura is hopeful that this is the last code fix that is going to be moved to production, and it fixes all of the currently identified issues. And then the coordinating board is working to do a final process to regenerate files for all institutions that had bad data. So they are working on that. I know I received an email this morning saying that some files would be sent out. So these files will be loaded to Move It and will replace the files that were previously out there with the same name. Institutions will see newly uploaded regenerated files in their Move It DMZ TASFA folder in the next coming weeks. So, so be on the lookout for that if you are an institution that believes you have some files that need to be regenerated. The TASFA subcommittee is currently looking for new members. So we are looking for members from a variety of schools, high schools, private institutions, public institutions, 2-year, 4-year. We're looking for new members. So if you are interested in learning more or being a part of the TASFA subcommittee, please email me at heatherfountain@tamu.edu. I will also be posting this on the TASFA listserv so that we can get it out to Texas institutions. But basically, this subcommittee will reviews the application process for students as well as the data collection and processing for schools. And we need members that are passionate about the TASFA, the paper TASFA, and the online TASFA, and ensuring that we are providing a sound and useful product to our students and our schools. So the subcommittee will be meeting soon to begin discussions for, if you can believe it, the 25-26 TASFA, because that is right around the corner. So it'll be here before we know it. Any questions?
I'm totally going to chime in just because, you know, I was so in the trenches for so long. But another benefit of being on the TASFA subcommittee was they got the pleasure of doing testing and kind of a sneak peek behind the scenes. So that was pretty instrumental on getting the application up and running. So if you're ever like, I wish I could, you know, chime in. And this is, again, anyone looking on the live stream, because obviously the committee members,
Correct,
you know, you all can join. But if there's anyone out, we used to always get like, I sure wish I could be on the committee, and we were already full. So this is definitely an opportunity for schools that have high TASFA populations to jump on board and provide that input. So just doing an extra push there.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Leah. Always good.
Gilbert, you have a question?
Yes. So Heather, you mentioned the 24-25 applications are flowing through the institutions. I was curious about the integration into the counselor suite to flag students who have filed for on the high school side for counselors. Is that happening? Can you speak a little bit more to that?
I'm going to let Laura take that one.
Sure. Yeah, so we do have confirmed that data is flowing through to the counselor suite for within Apply Texas for TASFA and FAFSA data. So that is something that has started and is available And certainly, if you're looking for a bit more information, we can always follow up to show you what that looks like. But it is happening. It's something that has been turned on and is available for
Great. I
council.
understood there was a delay with the FAFSA data. I wasn't sure about the TASFA, and I know there are updates coming up, so I wasn't clear on whether that was or wasn't populating. So in there, does it differentiate between the TASFA filing and the FAFSA filing so the counselors know, or is it combined?
The data is blurred, and so it won't distinguish very clearly between a TASFA and a FAFSA student for their protection, but it's certainly something that the counselor will have available, whether it's TASFA or FAFSA data. The delay with FAFSA data is right after that. The TASFA data did start to come through as well. We wanted to be able to have them together, to not have just one type of data flowing at a given time, so that they were together and blurred.
Got it. I had one last question and now it slipped my mind here. I might have to, I'll let someone else ask and maybe it'll come to me real quick.
Sounds good. Any other questions?
I don't see any hands raised at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
And Laura.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, all good.
And I think we should take a break. I
Okay.
did before we take a break, I meant to point this out. But for anyone watching on the live stream, we on the very first slide, there is an email if you have questions. That it's a way to submit something to the committee while we're on this live open public meeting. And the email address, we'll put it back on there once we come back from break, is fameeting@highered.texas.gov. But that does allow folks from the general public or anyone watching the live stream to be able to send in questions that we can address as a committee on. So we do have that up at the beginning. We'll put it up when we come back from break, and then of course throughout the meeting, which we're flying through today.
Mhm.
So I think we should take a break now that it's 11. Does everyone agree? Maybe a 15, 20-minute break?
Yes.
Okay. So we're thinking maybe, how about 11:15? We all come back?
Okay. Okay.
Sounds good. Well,
All
we'll talk
right.
to you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Are we needing to do a roll call again? Okay.
Ma'am.
The room will remain open. Just please.
Oh,
Okay. Rochelle Garrett,
Here.
Leah, I'll see you, Leah. Jackie Adler,
Here.
Mary Escobar,
Here.
Heather Fountain,
Here.
Michelle Hill, Jackie Kelly.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'm here. I'm sorry.
okay, no problem.
I'm here.
Okay. Scott Lipinski,
Here.
Gabby Leon, Linda McKendry, Rebecca Marino,
I'm here.
okay, Erica Ramos,
Yeah,
Tanya
I'm
Richardson.
here.
Okay, there you are. Tanya Richardson. Okay, I saw her. Lisa, is it Shobron? Tavion Sides,
Here.
Beth Tolan,
Here?
Amy Wilson, Gilbert Zavala, and Denise
Here.
Welch.
Here.
All right, thanks, everyone. It's time for the update from Scott.
The only update that I have is that a letter that was dated May 22nd from the American Council on Education. It was sent to the chairman and ranking member of the Senate committee. So this is the legislative side. I don't really have any state updates. So the letter was sent to the chairman and ranking member of the Senate Committee on Health and the chairwoman and ranking member for the Committee on Education and the Workforce for the House of Representatives. Delisa Falk, who's the chair for the TASA Legislative Committee, she's going to be providing information on this letter to the TASPA board also. So in this letter, they addressed problems that were created by the delays for the FAFSA. They urged Congress to allow institutions to opt in to continue to transfer 100% of their unexpended federal work study to SEOG. They also requested that Congress would make publicly available to a long-term assessment of how the FAFSA delays have impacted low-income and other students, and also how it impacted the institutions. Uh, Another request was to make publicly available a comprehensive assessment to the changes to the need analysis formula in the FAFSA Simplification Act, such as removing the numbers in college and modifications to income protection allowances. They also requested that Congress ensure the FAFSA process is uninterrupted for the 25-26 award year. The specific proposals that they suggested in the letter were one was to hold harmless protection for institutions that process the original ICERs for students. They also requested that Congress move up the FAFSA deadline, sorry, excuse me, from January 1, which is a statutory deadline, to a statutory deadline of October 1st for future years. They requested they require a comprehensive assessment of the family, farm, and small business exclusion removal from the FAFSA. They also requested to allow for alternate SAI to ensure maximum eligibility for students. So for right now, they want to allow the SAI based on the enrollment period instead of the required 9-month period with the new Simplification Act. They want to add the housing question back onto the FAFSA form, which I think would be a great for all of us. They also want to allow for married students who are separated to be considered independent. With the FAFSA Simplification Act, it only allows married students to be considered independent. They also want to allow us to be able to have an increased usage of the FAFSA data and also to reduce income verification now that the IRS transfers directly from the IRS data is directly transferred from the IRS to the FAFSA, um, so that we have less verifications that we need to do based on income. So that's the only update that I have.
Scott, I don't know if, is that something that gets posted somewhere, or that is something we can share with the committee? And
Yeah, I can, I got it after I'd sent my update, so, but yeah, I can send it to you so that we can share it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Gilbert?
Hey, Scott, when you mentioned they want increased use of FAFSA data, what does that mean?
So
Or did they specify?
it probably has to do with the tax information that we're not able to share with other people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that's what it is. That's all the letter said was updated information for sharing information
Okay.
on the FAFSA.
And this is from the House Education and Workforce Committee or the Senate Help?
The letter was sent to both of them.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Mm-hmm. So it was sent from the American Council on Education.
Ah, got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any more hands raised. Anybody else have questions for Scott?
My only question, just because, the FAAC has kind of transitioned over to me over the past 3 meetings, and I was just curious, how many people sit on the legislative subcommittee at this point? Because I know with TASFA, it's kind of people in and out over the years, and it's grown. And when the legislative subcommittee was created, I think it had a handful of folks, but I was curious who is, like, how many people, and do you basically, like the TASFA, do you need any additional participants where we would need to advocate for that?
Well, I meet with the TASFA Legislative Committee.
Right. Okay. But that's it, right? Like there's no other like subcommittee members from FAAC.
No, there's not, just me.
It's just that connection. Okay.
Mhm.
I couldn't remember.
Okay. Denise?
Leah, just to give you a little history behind that decision, we decided several years ago to just join forces with TASFA and use their committee as our committee. And then that way we were kind of more in the loop than having to just do it all on our own.
Right. Yeah, I know at one point, because we have John's update on the session, and then sometimes Brian Ashton will show up and do his legislative update, and you've got TASFA, and then we've got, yeah, it makes sense to consolidate. Just thanks for reminding me. I think I knew that, but sometimes I have a lot of details floating around in my head, so thanks. I don't have any questions, Scott. Does anyone else?
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Hey, so we have a few members of the committee. Their terms are ending this month. We have our student representative that actually ended last month. So we have Rochelle Garrett, Tavion Sides, Jackie Adler, Gilbert Zavala. We want to actually appreciate your time here on the committee. And I want to open it up to you all to say a few words about your time here on the committee. Anyone?
Yeah, I don't mind saying anything really quick.
Okay.
I will tell you, this has been a really good experience for me. I've gotten to know a lot of people from different areas, not just you know, for your publics, which is where I'm at right now. And so it's been a really good experience. I've learned a lot, not just from you, you know, the other professionals on the committee, but just in general, how the coordinating board works with our institutions. Learned a lot really this year and last year on the legislative piece of that. You know, some of that training really helped me understand the cyclical nature of the way those pieces all fit together. But I also want to thank everybody that kind of helped me along the way. Denise was very helpful. Everyone at the coordinating board, Deshay and Leah, y'all, thank you so much. I'm gonna definitely miss this group. But I have definitely enjoyed my time here. So thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. Anyone else? Any of the others?
This is Jackie. I have also enjoyed my time a lot on it. And I feel like I have been able to stay in the loop more because of, you know, being on this. Our school has been undergoing a conversion to Workday here the past couple years. So most of my time has been, you know, been involved in that. And I feel like I was kind of losing touch with a lot of what was going on in the, you know, in the financial aid community. And being on this committee, you know, helps to get you centered and helps to get you focused on these important topics. And I hope that we will have someone else from our college that will be, you know, joining the committee, because I think it's important that the technical college system be, you know, be represented in this. But I have also really enjoyed my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Tavian or Gilbert? Oh, here's Gilbert. Go ahead, Gilbert.
So I'll just echo what they said, Rachel and Jackie. I think it's been great to serve on this committee, you know, because we work in this space and in the policy and advocacy space. You know, I feel like we're always plugged into the discussions, but this has been a unique opportunity to serve. And in my mind, the work that you all do and the work that your staff does, it's creating opportunity for students that wouldn't otherwise be there. It's hard work, but it really does make a difference. So I appreciate the opportunity to serve and happy to continue to engage and support the work in the future in different ways.
Thank you, Gilbert.
This is Tevian, and I really am not a big talker, but I do want to say that I agree with what everybody else has said, and I appreciate everybody.
Thank you, Tevian. Leah, did you want to say anything?
No, that's been a privilege getting to know y'all, because I know when I first started, and I've been involved in FAAC practically since the day I walked in the door here in some capacity, whether, you know, I started with like helping the logistics, and then I've done presentations, and then helping Deshay in a lot of different ways when she and I were kind of working through FAAC, and now kind of being the representative for the coordinating board. And, you know, I used to always see kind of the same faces year after year. And now we're seeing more and more representation. And, you know, I've just gotten to know a lot of people over the years, and it's been a real pleasure. And, you know, even if you don't say a lot, I'm telling you, your participation, it means a lot. I do. Tevian, you're very responsive via email. She provided great feedback. Gilbert, you're always very vocal. Of course, Rochelle is amazing as chair. Our student representative's not on there anymore, but, you know, I think she was involved. And then, of course, Jackie and I go back and forth on different things that she needs help with. So thank you for your participation, your engagement, and, you know, we'll see you around. and you can always reapply. I have seen people over the years come back in and out of the committee. So definitely, if you're interested in participating in the future, that is an option. So that's all I got. Is
Okay.
anyone else can chime in on this as well to say their thank yous?
There we go. My mute button was fighting me. I just wanted to say thank you all. I know that donating time when we're all oh so busy, and especially a year of absolute chaos, much appreciated. Time, attention, your passion. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have passion. So thank you guys from all of us. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Yes, I
Erica.
want to say thank you as well. Definitely worked with some of you all when I was the representative for FAAC. So it's been a pleasure working with you all during your term. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to work with y'all. And I know we will continue to partner with you guys in some capacity, even if it's not necessarily on this committee. So continue to keep up the good work, even though you may not be committee members, there are still subcommittees that you can still be representatives on. Obviously, you heard Heather earlier for passion, and we have other subcommittees that we still need your expertise on, and still continue to partner with us and being a voice. So no matter what, although you served your time here on this committee, you still have a lot more time left until you retire, which you all are still so very young. You can't retire yet. Thank you so much for your service here. So we'll definitely continue to see you around. So thank you so very much.
So I'd like to chime in with a thank you. I'm newer to this committee, but for the past few years, when you all were serving on the committee, I certainly reaped the benefits. So thank you for everything you all have done.
All right. If we're all
I
done
don't
with
see.
that. Yeah, go ahead,
I
Celia.
just said I don't see any more hands, and we are down to recommendation on proposed nominees for 2024 FAAC. Leah?
Yeah, I thought it would be helpful. I don't know that we've always done this in the past, but because I'm learning and this is all new to me on kind of how does all this come to be? We ended up sending these recommendations over to Millette and to Cecilia because the way that the process works is that we do the nomination outreach and then we do all of our analysis. And I thought when we got the response from Millette, her response was, wow, I didn't know so much went into the recommendation process. So as you can see on the screen here, these are the candidates that were selected. And from here, what's going to happen is each of these individuals will go on a listing over to the coordinating board's board in July. And if approved, then they would begin their term starting later this year. And that will start in September, and they'll come onto the committee, including our new student representative you can see there. But what was so interesting when I went through this process was, again, understanding the complexity of making this decision. So once upon a time, like people would kind of jump in and then they would cycle off. And so you're thinking, oh, do they just kind of reach into a hat and pull out a name and then that's a committee member? And oh, no, it's much more complicated than that. And with good reason. One of the goals of the committee is to have, broad representation. And so a lot of the things that happen behind the scenes are that we send out a broad notification to anyone who wants to be on the committee, and we give a certain amount of time. And then once we receive those candidates, we actually go through a pretty extensive process of reading the nominations, figuring out where they're from. And then from there, what we do is we look at where do we need representation? And that includes things from institutional sectors. So, do we have enough community colleges? Do we have enough ISDs? Do we have public 4 years? And do we have privates? And also organizations. And so we kind of look at where do we need representation, because by rule, we have to have certain slots filled. And then from there, we can use some kind of discretion on where do we feel we need representation to create balance. We look at regions of the state. Where is everyone coming from? We have all the different regions of the state covered. We look at college size. I was just like, holy smokes, there's all these different things. And so when I was going through the process, I went into Deshay's office. I said, Deshay, this is really complicated. And she said, yes, it is. And so, we have, different meetings to talk about, making sure that we created that balance. So on your screen here, these are the candidates that we chose, again, based on a variety of factors on where the folks that are leaving the committee today that we just talked about, creating balance to bring people back into those slots. And it was also based on, where they're regionally located and all of those different things. So I just wanted to share that. Again, it's not just like a quick thing. This took many, many weeks of analysis and making sure that we're good. It goes through a very lengthy approval process. And now these are the candidates that will be going for approval. All of these folks on the screen have accepted, assuming they get approved in July. And so they will be starting. And then we also have an alternate process, which means that each one of these folks has someone as a backup in case, life happens and they have to step down or they can't fulfill their commitment. We have folks that are kind of on standby to take their slot if they choose to. So that was just my little spiel. I thought it would be helpful because, again, all this is fun and new for me. So creating transparency is always my thing on how does this work exactly. So these are new folks. So next meeting, if you're still part of this committee, we'll want to welcome all of the new folks. Again, I see a few familiar names on here from years ago that have participated in one form or fashion on different committees. So I'm excited to have all this great representation. So we'll do an introduction next meeting in September. And then the new members will go through an orientation, which I think all of y'all have been through. And so Cecilia, Millette, and then the coordinating board will have that to kind of get them up to speed on what the committee's all about and what all the rules are and all those fun things. Whew. Okay, I just said a lot. I'll stop there. Any questions on the nomination process or anything you want to share that I can help answer? I don't think I missed anything. All right. Well, these are going to be your new committee members. And like I said, you'll see some new faces next time. We are very sad to see the few folks that are cycling off. One quick thing to be prepared for next time is as a committee member, each year we cycle in and out the vice chair, and then the vice chair becomes the chair, and then they become the past chair. So if that is something that you're interested in doing, that is something that the committee members will determine in the future here. So maybe think about that. If you're like, man, I really want that. It does tend to extend your membership in the FAAC because you will serve an additional 3 years depending on when that happens. But you're kind of guaranteed those 3 years so that you can serve as vice chair, then past chair. So all of that will be happening later on the September meeting. See, I said I'll open up for questions and I keep talking, so I'll really stop there. No questions. Okay, so it's 11:40. Where are we at on this agenda? Let me go back down. I think we're down to, we are blowing through this, you guys. Let's do the, if we can hop down to the financial aid operations update. because our presenters, just as a heads up, our next presentation, we reached out to see if they could join early, but unfortunately they're not available till 12:30. So we will have to make sure that we kind of kill some time. If we need to take another break, we can do that as well. But what we plan to do is just kind of do all the stuff that was going to happen after the presentation, move it in front, and then we get to end early today. So
Yes.
yes.
Okay. All right. The Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee, we met April 25th. A lot of what we discussed either has been touched on or will be in the future. So I think my update is going to be kind of brief today. But first we discussed the online TASFA, much of which was discussed by Heather and Laura in agenda number 9. Let's see, the CB has been completing Age Year 25 maintenance improvements to user experience and will continue to refine the batch process. And then they're discussing a timeline for Age Year 26 TASFA. Let's see, we discussed policy updates, specifically the proposed rules that were being discussed at the April 25th board meeting. So we met on the same day, and also that would be discussed in the July and October board meetings. We discussed operational updates. Specifically, we discussed gap transfer process and the utilization of Age Year 24 funds. Just a reminder that July 1st is the deadline to request the transfer of funds between grants and work-study programs or vice versa. And also a notice or FYI is institutions that wish to transfer funds should not check the last payment box when submitting a payment request. This will prevent a school from making a transfer request. And also reminder that transfer requests can only be completed through the GAP process. Then also the CB had noticed that some schools had underutilized funds, so they performed some outreach. And then appropriated funds not used in Age Year 24 will be carried forward to Age Year 25, and the CB will publish revised allocations. We discussed the CB's analysis of Age Year 23 FAD. I'm not going to read all of that out, but it is outlined in item number 14 of the handouts. Let's see. Yeah, I'll let you get to. Guess I'm going really fast, so I'll let you catch up there. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, so that just outlines some of their analysis of what they found in that review. We also discussed the Age Year 25 FAD manual and the needed review for updates due to FAFSA simplification and data security updates. The subcommittee was asked to review the manual and provide input. The goal is to release the FAD manual this month. We also discussed the Office of SFAP updates. And then specifically what I'll mention is CB alerts and upcoming deadlines. They are posted on the CB website. So the navigation, if you go to the main page, is our work, supporting our institutions, and then student financial aid programs. And then recent and archived CB communications are located on the CB website. If you go to the main website, our work, supporting institutions, student financial aid programs, and stay connected. And then lastly, we discussed future subcommittee meetings, the dates and also agenda items. Our next meeting will be in July. And the topics that we had listed that we wanted to talk about at our next meeting was FAFSA simplification and a check-in on how our institutions are doing regarding awarding, the FAFSA issues and impacts, delays, and also to discuss the requirement to award Texas grant to eligible top 10% students. Any questions? Looks like none. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Beth.
Okay. So my question is, Deshay, do you want to do our combo update now, or do you want me to skip over that and circle back? We only have one more update. I just didn't know if now is better.
Say, let's keep this train moving with the updates, right?
I'll let you go first then.
Of course. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Well, we are in the process of releasing 24-25 guidelines. For those of you who are on this committee meeting, you probably haven't seen yet, or maybe you have, but we released the first guideline, which was Callum Ford, that just came through. And you will be seeing a series of guidelines being released throughout today as well as tomorrow. So be on the lookout in your email box for all the 24-25 guidelines. So just wanted to make sure that you were aware of those guidelines coming out. But we also have released some additional announcements in memos just this past week as well as last week and earlier this month as well as last month. So if you're participating in the bilingual education program, you recently received your final allocations that came out today. So you should have that in your email box, as well as educational aid exemption. You would have received your allocations on May 13th. Transfer grant for 23-24. So this fiscal year 24, if you decided to participate in the transfer grant, as well as for the 24-25 final allocation memo came out on May 13th. So just make sure that you go back and look at that. The net price calculator annual update, we released a memo on June 4th. So make sure that you look at that memo so you can get the instructions so you know where to upload your file, which is in Move It DMZ, but you know which year, which is 22-23, using the Department of Education's template. So just go back and look at the instructions for that. We also released a transfer grant fact sheet for the fiscal year 24 on June 4th. So make sure to go ahead and read that so you know how to best administer for this fiscal year. We also released Texas grant final allocations. That memo came out on June 5th, which was just yesterday. So for all you public universities and health related institutions, make sure that you looked at your final allocations for the Texas grant program. And then also we released the educational aid exemption 24-25 application and FAQs memo on June 5th as well. So go back and look at that as well. So again, lots of announcements released within the last week or so, as well as today, and more to come. So you probably will be flooded with a lot of announcements. So just make sure to look over all of those the best that you can, but they're always posted on our Stay Connect. There's about a day or so lag. We are doing some updates to our agency website, so there are about a day or so lag on our Stay Connected. But again, just make sure to always go back out there and check. If you need something, or if you're not on our notification system, reach out to me, let me know. Happy to add you on there. All of these announcements are very important, so we want you to definitely stay connected as well. I did see a hand up. So before I go on, I want to acknowledge Mary. I saw your hand go up, so just want to make sure I address your question.
Yes. When you talk about the guidelines that are going to be released, does that include the guidelines for the new Texas transfer program?
Yes.
Okay. And then one other question we've posed already, but we're still waiting on a response. We awarded students in 23-24 that would qualify for these new Texas transfer funds. Would we be able to swap Texas grant students that have already been awarded with these new funds for 23-24?
Let me research that further and get back to you on that question.
Okay.
And you said you sent that email?
That was a question that was submitted, yes.
Okay. I'll go back and I'll look for your contact inquiry and then I'll address it to you.
It would have been from Angelo State University, Mr. Ed Cressley.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Great question, though. Okay, great question. And then, so those are recently released memos. So upcoming memo that you will see in the coming weeks is will be the intent to participate invitation for one of our newer programs that we will introduce for the 24-25 year, and that is our Nursing Student Scholarship program. Leah will probably talk about a little bit later in her update for policy, but this is a new program that will be promoting, providing scholarships to eligible professional and vocational nursing students. So college or university that's defined as a public or private or independent institution is eligible to participate if you choose to. Again, it's an intent to participate invitation that will be sent out. So you do have the option to participate into this program, and we will do allocations for the fiscal year 25 based on the most recent certified financial aid database submission, which would be the 2023 FAADs. So that's what your 25 allocations will be based on. But like I said, Leo should provide some more details about that program in her policy update. So I just plugged you in, Leah, to say that you would part of her policy update. And then upcoming deadlines, Beth already covered July 1st as being the authority to transfer requests. But before we get to July, there is a deadline that's coming next week, which we will be talking about in our webinar we're hosting today at 2:30, which is for the financial aid database. So the initial submission file deadline for cycle 2, which is June 12th. So that is next Wednesday. So if you want to learn a little bit more about the importance of these deadlines for the financial aid database, if you haven't already, we definitely encourage you to register for that webinar. I will actually be the one presenting. So a lot of interaction will be happening. A little bit newer information will be provided about FAAD. So please join us at 2:30 p.m. But again, June 12th, if you have not already submitted your FAAD file, please do so. I will be talking about why it's important to meet that deadline and what it means about submitting an initial file for FAADs. But that is June 12th. And then again, authority to transfer request is July 1st. And like Beth said, just remember you will submit that request through GAP, and to make sure that you do not check off that last payment box. If you do, that will prevent you from actually being able to transfer any funds between the 3 grant programs and work study. So very important. If you are having some challenges or difficulty, please reach out to us so we can assist you through that process. So that is July 1st. And then on July 8th is the deadline to submit the summer 24 FAAC eligible recipient roster. So for those who are participating in our FAAC program, just to make sure that you do get that information in so we can fund you for that term. And then lastly, upcoming deadline, like I said earlier, we did release the net price calculator instructions on how to upload, but the deadline to submit that file is July 10th. So make sure that you stay up to date with these deadlines. We do have institutional calendar available again on our Stay Connected. So it does list all of our deadlines. Anytime that we introduce a new deadline, we always go back out and we update that institutional calendar to ensure that you do have the most updated information at the time. So you will see all these updates on our institutional calendar. So again, just make sure that you are keeping up with these deadlines. Denise, I see your hand as well, so I don't want to forget you.
Tell me the FAST deadline again.
Yeah, July 8th.
Thank you.
So we don't have any past deadlines. So everyone has been doing very well with keeping up with any past items that we've requested. So there's no past deadlines. So again, all the current deadlines, you're good to go. Don't forget about that June 12th. It's around the corner and comes fast and furious if you're still working on that initial submission for your FAADs. But that is all of my operational updates that I have. Mary?
One other question that we have is students that we're finding some challenges when they're applying for the Cal loan, and depending on their program of study, they're being denied because they've met are not eligible. Is there any way to find that information out ahead of time before they complete the whole application process, just to know that they're going to be denied?
It does require the school to do the certification first. So unfortunately, not the way that the process is set up. So the student actually has to do the application, the school certifies, and then the coordinating board does the manageable debt calculation. So there's no way for the agency to know whether or not the student may or may not qualify for the certified amount that the school is requesting until after the school has certified. But we are definitely looking into ways to improve the process, but the way the process is currently set up, there's not a way for us to determine prior to that certification by the school.
Thank you.
No problem. But again, really great questions, Mary. So yes. Other questions for our operational side? And I will turn over to Leah for her policy side.
Thank you, Deshay. Okay, so I'm going to be trying to fill in some time here. I was not originally planning to talk as much as I'm about to, but I know y'all enjoy hearing all my updates. But my original update was to get y'all up to speed on what we're working on in policy. And I think I've mentioned this on prior meetings and in other committees that I'm on, but policy is a new area of our division, which is student financial aid programs. We've always been working on rules and things with our external relations, which is John Wyatt. It's always existed, but it was kind of a collaboration across the division. And then, of course, Chad was heavily involved in the rulemaking process. And then last summer, we got approval to establish an official area called policy, and that's where I come in. So over the past, it's really a year now, which is crazy. I feel like this just happened, but it's been an entire year in June of last year when we created this area. We said, okay, what are our focuses going to be? And obviously one of those is rule analysis, identifying legislative changes, working with the division as a whole and also institutions to find out where are our rules unclear, where are they statutorily misaligned, where could we do things to improve life at the institutions and to ensure that funds are getting utilized and that things are being done regulatory wise. And so we have built a team over this past year. And while we're still kind of figuring things out, we've made a ton of good progress. So I thought, first and foremost, I wanted to get y'all up to speed on our rules and kind of what are we working on, what have we accomplished, and then, what are we doing in the future. So one of the things that became very evident was the need for cross collaboration in our division. And so I think about 3 or 4 months ago, we created a rules planning group within our division. And all of us come together to talk about, okay, what are some of the pain points of the rules? What's wrong in the rules? What do we know about? And that also entails getting feedback from institutions. Because a lot of times the reasons those things come up are people saying, hey, I don't really understand what this means. Like, this is not clear here. And so we take that feedback as a group and we say, okay, how can we do these improvements? So starting late last year, we started an initiative to look at each of the chapters that affect financial aid, state financial aid, and we're strategically going through those chapter by chapter to make improvements before this next session hits. The idea being the cleaner our rules are, then the easier it will be once the session happens. If they make changes to the laws, we can easily go into the rules and make changes. What's challenging right now, if you're familiar with our rules, they have gone through a lot of cleanup over the years, lots of improvements. However, they're still very inconsistent. So we hired a policy director back in December, and he has done an instrumental job of doing an analysis of these rules. And so now we're starting to see all of those flow through. So I'm going to actually share my screen to kind of show y'all. Oh, it says you cannot share. Oh, sorry. Renee just gave me access. Let me share my screen real quick if I can. And come on, I'm not good at Zoom. Does that work? Can y'all see my screen here? Okay, perfect. So depending on your familiarity with the Texas Administrative Code and the Texas Register, I thought it might be helpful just to kind of pull this up and share a little bit. But if you go to, this is the main Texas Administrative Code where the coordinating board has authority to make rules. And as you can see in here, it goes from chapter 1 to chapter 26. The good news is not all of these really affect financial aid. There's some key chapters that we focus on, which include chapter 13, which you might be saying, I don't remember chapter 13 being in the mix, but we're starting to look at ways to pull some of our rules into chapter 13. So that's more of a long-term goal. So I'm not going to get into that right now. But the 3 chapters that we heavily focus on are chapter 21, which is where our tuition exemption and waiver programs, that's where our student indebtedness and our residency. So a lot of these programs exist under this, I'll call it a hodgepodge chapter. And then when you go into chapter 22, I'm guessing this is where y'all live and breathe. If you go into the rules, this is where all of our state financial aid appropriated programs exist. This is all of your grants, all of your scholarships, and all of your loan programs and the work study. So that's where this exists. So again, most of y'all are the most familiar here. The other one where people may kind of be familiar, but not as much, as chapter 23. These are those loan repayment programs that are for specialty kind of career paths, if you will, shortage areas that we're trying to help support the state by giving this benefit so that we can get people into these areas within the state that we're struggling with, either teachers, physicians, mental health providers, all of those things. So that's where these exist. So going back to kind of where we began as a policy team, one of the things that was evident was the inconsistency amongst chapter 23. And so one of the big pushes that we're doing right now is, if you have been around a while back, I'd say probably about 5 or 6 years ago, you may recall that we did something in chapter 22 where we created a general provisions of all the definitions and things that apply to all programs. Can I see some head nods? Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Back in the day, each program had its own definitions, its own structure, and they were very duplicative. So like every single one had the same terminology. And so what happened was we pulled it up into the top of chapter 22 saying, here's what affects all the programs to make them cleaner. That same initiative is happening right now for chapter 23, which again doesn't directly affect institutions as much, but just wanted you to be aware. So what's happening for this upcoming board meeting is we're creating a general provisions for the loan repayment program. So it will have a nice structure to it. It'll have definitions that apply to all of these programs. And because of that, you're going to eventually see a subchapter A here. And so similar to 22, if I go back, you can see chapter A, general provisions. Chapter 23 will have that same structure. Because of that, because of this creation of this overarching subchapter, we then have to go into each one of these programs and remove all of that language to make sure that the structure aligns with our general provisions. We've also done a overarching structure for each one. That meaning like Texas Grant, TEOG, and TEG have very similar categories within the rules to make it easier to understand. We're doing the same thing with loan repayment programs. So that's been a pretty big initiative. Again, I don't know that it directly affects y'all, but one thing to I'd say advocate for is these programs are very, very essential, and they're often underutilized. And I think that's because a lot of people don't necessarily know about them. But when you're talking to people who are going out into these career paths as they're graduating, it's making people aware that they exist, because we do want to make sure that we are filling these spaces throughout the state because they are in such high need. So that's my plug for, get familiar. Please promote these programs. And once these rules come out, feel free to look at them. You never know if they affect someone in your life that may benefit from these. So that's chapter 23. The chapter 23 are happening in the July. We're creating those general provisions. And Deshay mentioned something that was occurring for the nurse scholarship program, which will actually not be in chapter 23, but there's a new loan repayment program called the nurse, it's just really basic loan repayment program. But that program has actually existed in the statute for many years, but it lost funding. And so this past session under Senate Bill 25, they went ahead and put funding back into the program. So what we're having to do now is create rules and make sure that the community and people know about this program. So we're currently working on that right now. So that initiative is happening. So that will happen in July. And then concurrently, there's a nursing student scholarship program, and that is going to be this in chapter 22. So in chapter 22, we are creating a new line item here. You'll see, I think it's, gosh, you think I would have them memorized by now. I have it up, let me tell you. That is chapter 22R is being created. So it'll be wedged right in here. And that'll be the new nursing scholarship program. Like Deshay said, it is optional. So the intent to participate will be coming out. The rules for that program are set for adoption in July. There is a way to go look at those rules. And that's another thing I was going to show y'all a quick demo is how do you find these rules to read what they are in advance before adoption? With one disclaimer that because they're not adopted yet, that does not mean they're final rules. That means that you'll have to wait for adoption to see if any changes are made through the public comment period. So now I'm going to show you a little crash course on how to find public comments on the Texas Register. So from this page, if you go down to the bottom and you click Texas Register, here's the hard part. You have to know which edition it's from. But if you go, I just happen to know because I've been working on these so much. But if you go to previous issues, I know this one in particular was on May 3rd. And this has all agencies in it across the state. So it is an overwhelming document. One of the things that Deshay and I are working on is helping institutions connect with rule changes. So Deshay's team has actually been sending these out in notices to tell people, hey, go look at these rules. But another thing that we're hoping to do long term is to create like a little, I'll call it like communication hub, where anytime rules are out for proposal and we want people to comment on those, we're going to have them on our webpage so that you can easily go find them versus digging through what I'm showing you. But I do want to show you the more formal way to get to those. So this screen popped up. I've been using these a lot. So it went right to one of the programs that is out for comment. This one is the nurse loan repayment program that I just mentioned to y'all. And in here, you can see the proposed rules on the page. So this introductory part gives you a kind of a summary. It's called the preamble of the rule. You can see each one of those. As you scroll down though, the amounts, let me zoom in. This is tiny, 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 tiny. What you see on the screen, anytime you see something underlined, that means it's new to the rule. Anytime you see something with a strike through, like it's crossed out, then that means we're getting rid of it. So those are what you want to go through when Deshay's team, or when you get that notification that there's rules posted, we want you to go look at those so that you can tell us if there's anything we need to consider that we missed, if there's any concerns that affects your particular institution or student body. So that's why this process is very important, and we're trying to bring a lot of awareness to it so that we can make sure that it's easy to administer these programs at your institution. So this is just an example. You can see everything on here is underlined because it's completely new. Let me see if I can find one that has the strike throughs that's a little different here. So here's another example on the screen. You can see here, this is not our rule, by the way, but you can see how this word "and related" was added to the rule. You can see down here, this entire section was added, and then this one was completely eliminated. So that's just kind of a crash course on rule development there. So going back to our kind of what we've been working on and what we're going to be working on, we have done our complete analysis of chapter. Let me go back. I don't know why that always pops up on my screen, so I apologize. Okay. So in here, we have completely done our review of chapter 23. What does affect y'all is we're doing a review of chapter 22 for our January board meeting. So that means we're going through every single program in chapter 22 to identify necessary things that need to be eliminated, things that need to be updated, or things that need to be added. And that is, again, a collaboration with our internal group, but it's also based on y'all's feedback over the years on, hey, this just doesn't make sense. We need to clean up some of that language. So all of that is occurring. And then later in the year, we'll be working on chapter 21, like I mentioned, to look at our exemption and waivers, some of our tuition rules to see if we need to do some additional cleanup. So much more to come, but that's kind of my overview on, policy is involved a lot with the rules. This is something that we do, I'd say, on a daily basis. But in addition to this rules work, another thing that our area does is we work with external relations, and we're preparing for the legislative session. So we're working to identify things to make them aware of so that they can, kind of advocate for things as needed. Again, we cannot lobby, we cannot, do a lot of that, but we can make legislators aware of things through data, through our bill analysis, through things like that. So in order to do that, we have to get prepared. Excuse me, we have to get prepared for the session. So later in the summer, we'll start doing that, where we make sure that we're ready to provide what they need so that they can make decisions on the upcoming, changes on some of these programs. I could go on and on and on, but I won't, because I want to give us a break before we have this presentation, but I'll stop there. I didn't give like a breakdown exactly of the rules because, again, until they're adopted, they could change, and I don't want to risk telling y'all something that's not solidified yet. But any questions I can answer on either the rule process, or if there's something that you've heard about that I can clarify for you. All right. Well, one of the things that I can do after the meeting is I can send out the 2 publications that have happened for our July board meeting, so you can read through those. There's only a handful of rules that are affected. I just talked about 2 of them. There's the Nurse Loan Repayment Program. There's the Nurse Scholarship Program. There's the FAST program. It had some minor changes to definitions and some of the pieces within the FAST program. And then I believe we had some repeals happening for some programs that they're no longer really in existence, but they're just out there floating in our rules. So we're working on those right now. Let me see if there's any others in here. Nope. I hit them all. Questions I can answer on policy pieces? No.
don't see any questions, any hands raised.
All right, should we take a 15-minute break and then come back for that presentation that we mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll
Yes.
come back at 12:30. We'll have the presentation, and then we have, I think, one more. We have like a couple little tiny items after that, and then we should be done early today.
Okay. All right.
All right. Talk to y'all at 12:30.
12:30. Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Welcome back, everyone. The roll call time, or are we good? Good. Roll time. Okay. Rachel Garrett.
Here.
Jackie Adler.
Here.
Mary Escobar.
Here.
Heather Fountain.
Here.
Michelle Hill.
Here.
Jackie Kelly.
Here.
Scott Lipinski.
Here.
Gabby Leon. Linda McKendry. Rebecca Moreno.
Here.
Erica Ramos.
Here.
Tanya Richardson. Dean. Lisa Chobron. Tavian Sides.
Here.
Beth Tolan.
Here.
Amy Wilson. I see Beth. Gilbert Zavala.
I'm on.
Okay, and Denise Welch.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And
Thank you,
Tanya's
everyone.
on. Poor Tanya, I can't ever hear you, but I see you.
Yeah, I see her.
I see your mouth moving too, but you're not there. That's okay.
We're gonna get to our presentation. Better FAFSA rollout and implications. Sorry. Is that how she say? Ms. Woods, Director, Texas College Access Network, Texas CAN. And Jennifer Torres, Deputy Director of Texas CAN.
Yeah, welcome. And I just a quick intro. We met with both of them a month or two ago, and they were going through, I believe, a similar presentation. And I said, wouldn't you like to come to FAAC and share with us? So they were kind enough to come today and deliver this presentation. So I wanted to thank them for making time. I know everyone's really busy, but I will turn it over to them. But I wanted to give y'all a little background on, they have some really good information to share. So I'll let you get started.
All right. Well, thanks for having us today. We're excited to have this opportunity to share with you. And Jenny will be sharing slides for us. And so I don't know. Oh, there she has control. Wonderful. All right. So I'm Sharia Woods. I'm the director of the Texas College Access Network. And we are an initiative of Educate Texas and the Communities Foundation of Texas. We're based in Dallas. And our primary focus at TexCan is to connect our tri-agency leaders who do college access work, as well as regional coalitions who are doing college access work, and making sure that they are connected to each other, they're collaborating, they're aligning. And so we see ourselves as the connective tissue between a lot of the organizations doing work in this space. And I'm joined today by Jennifer Torres. She is our Deputy Director for the Texas College Access Network.
Hi, everyone. Really nice to join you all. Sure, as mentioned, I'm Deputy Director. Been here in this role for 3 years, and previous to this, I was a college advisor for 5 years at a Title I school in Dallas ISD. So really excited to be here with you guys today.
All right, and we are also joined today by Morley Keller. She is the Senior Director of Strategic Programming for the National College Attainment Network. And so we work with them often. They are experts and advocates for us on financial aid and all things college attainment. And so we wanted her here in case you guys have any specific questions. And she'll also be talking about the Do the FAFSA campaign that they're working on right now.
Yeah, welcome. And thanks everyone for the invitation. Looking forward to it.
All right, I also wanted to just acknowledge our guiding team. We do have tri-agency representation on our guiding team. We are led by Emily Calderon Galdiano. She is with a partnership, so one of our regional partners. And then we have Laura Brennan from the coordinating board, Lorena Knight from Texas Workforce Commission, and Logan Minshew from TEA. And then Eric Ban is also a representative on our guiding team, and he leads economic mobility systems. So we're very grateful to have all of them weighing in on our work. And I also wanted to just share some of the logos of our partners. I'm sure wherever you're located, you know at least one of these organizations, probably many of these organizations. And so again, we're bringing forward all the people that are doing statewide and regional college access network or college access work. And maybe not all of them, but a good number of them. And we're really proud of the coalition that we have formed. And it came in handy with this Better FAFSA rollout fiasco that we've just undergone. All right, so the topic of the day, we're talking about Better FAFSA. We are hoping this is very conversational. We have some questions that we asked throughout to get you all's opinions and feedback and thoughts about how things have gone and what you're seeing on your campuses. So be prepared to ask questions and we're excited to talk to you. I wanted to first just ground us in how things have gone with FAFSA completion this year. We decided not to give the full history of what's happened with this audience because we know that you guys are pretty aware. But if you have more detailed questions about what's gone on, please ask them. Between myself, Jenny, and Maura Lee, we can most likely answer any question you have about the Better FAFSA. But just looking at the data, we at TexCan have a dashboard where we share out each year completion data on FAFSA. And you can go on our website and you can see a dashboard where you can look down to the campus level on completions. So we're very proud of that work. But this year, the data did not start being released until March because FSA did not start actually processing FAFSAs and they didn't have anything to report until then. And so when the data was released in March, we saw that we were at a 32% FAFSA completion rate, which compared to last year, there was over a 20 percentage point gap. And so in the college access world, this is when alarm bells started really going off. And there was just a lot of concern that the FAFSA rates were not going to be where they were previously. And beyond that, that it might impact enrollment and those sorts of things. So we had the pandemic not too long ago. I'm sure you guys all remember that well. And we took a huge hit in the college access world when that happened. We still have not fully recovered. And so this was very scary and it's still very scary for us. But you can see that over the past couple of months in April and May, that gold line shows that we have made some pretty dramatic increases in FAFSA completions. And so we're very encouraged by that. Once all the students were able to go in, make corrections, our mixed status families were able to submit the FAFSA, we saw a pretty rapid ramp up in completions. And so now we still have a gap between where we were last year, but it's a much smaller gap. We're at about a 9 percentage point gap. And this data is as of May 24th. And so we'll still have a little bit of May data to add to that May data point there. And so we're hoping to continue closing that gap between where we were last year and compared to this year. You can also see on this slide, we have our top regions in the blue box. And so you'll notice that some of our regions are performing better than others. That always happens, but we just wanted to point out that this is an average for the state. Our El Paso, our Rio Grande Valley, and the South Texas, and Corpus Christi are standouts for sure. Richardson being the Dallas area and San Antonio are not far behind. And so we have a big range of how different regions are doing. And if you're curious about that, we can drop a link into the dashboard that we have on our website and you can see how your region is performing compared to others. So we wanted to just pause. We know it's been a challenging year, both on the high school side and on the higher ed side. And we were curious to know what you all are thinking or feeling about enrollment. When we first started this conversation, I played out a lot of different scenarios of this could lead to increased enrollment at community colleges and non-selective 4 years because students feel like they're more affordable. Or we could see overall enrollment declines because people are so frustrated with this process. Or we could see students who are very qualified undermatching because they are not confident, they haven't been able to receive their award letters. And so they choose to default to a community college when maybe they could have gotten a really nice package at a more selective institution. So I'm curious, since a lot of you guys are on the higher ed side, like what are you seeing? Do you have any early indication of yield, and like how are you thinking about the fall after this FAFSA season? And feel free to ask any questions too.
Nobody wants to break the ice here.
Well, I would say as far as enrollment, I feel like our enrollment will be down.
What
Because
institution are you with? I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, Cecilia Jones, Jarvis Christian University,
So you feel like it's
small 4-year private.
it feels like the enrollment, like you're not getting students accepting, and like how do
Yeah.
you, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling right about now.
Have you guys been able to give out award letters yet? Or have
Yes.
those, yeah, and it's
Mhm.
just not getting the response?
Yeah.
For me, my name is Erica, and I'm a high school counselor in the RGB. So what we're seeing a lot is the families are not making those steps until they see what their financial aid looks like. And because financial aid is not, it's delayed, or the verification has to get done. Even though the institutions are being kind, just the entire process has been difficult, that students in a moment of either panic, or families are just saying, you know what, it's a sign, go into the workforce. So until all their ducks are in a row, for my population, especially low income, first generation Hispanic, they are not going to, they don't believe in loans. That's a sin. That is a bad word. And they're not going to, on the chance, college going culture is not strong in my area. So until the financial aid looks very good and it's in writing and all the dots, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, no, they're not going to make a commitment. So they're just doing what they feel comfortable with, which is, okay, we'll just join the workforce. And I feel that that's, the financial aid is going to be huge reason as to the enrollment going down.
Is everyone kind of, oh, Mary has her hand up.
I'm with Angelo State University, and our enrollment going into the fall is looking really good. We have had a very good communication plan with students and parents, and trying to update them and be as available as possible to assist them. So we're in a really good position going into the fall semester.
Yeah, that's what we were anticipating, that it's going to vary institution by institution. And we're really kind of nervous and waiting to see. We typically measure our success by direct to college enrollment, and those numbers are very delayed, but we should at least be able to see some enrollment trends in the fall. And our hope is that students will still decide to go to college or to some sort of post-secondary institution. And we're working on a number of supports for this summer to help keep raising awareness, pushing out messages of like, don't give up, please try again. And so Jenny Torres from our team is going to walk through some of the things that TextCan is doing this summer.
Be helpful if I unmuted myself. But yes, Asheria was mentioning, because of this delayed timeline that we know started from the very beginning of this financial aid cycle this year, a lot of the work that students would normally be doing in the spring semester of their financial aid journey is really being pushed out into the summer, with them, some of them just starting to get financial aid award letters, some of them starting to have those conversations. They are now having to do that all into the summer. And we know counselors, like you, Miss Ramos, are having to get some well-deserved rest. We know that a lot of this time, the students still need help and support deciphering award letters, making these decisions, or some of them even doing their FAFSA if they haven't done it this yet. And so as TextCan, we wanted to make sure and provide students across the state of Texas with a place that they could go and actually be able to do all of these different steps. Whether they're going to a 2-year institution, 4-year institution, even on a technical pathway, which we know that a lot of students can can still use federal financial aid or state financial aid to go on a technical pathway. And so we are partnering with U Aspire to allow students to be able to get the support they need to complete these things. And so in the chat, if I can access that real quick, I'm going to put a link to our summer supports landing page. On this landing page, students can actually go, and throughout the summer, they will be able to go and attend live workshops, which we call walkthroughs. There is going to be on-demand workshops on both English and Spanish, materials in English and Spanish, and also a help desk with tech support and Zoom options. And I'll actually be able to walk you guys through that here. And I'm going to pull that onto the screen if I am able to. Navigating multiple screens is not my friend today, but yes, so you should be able to see it on your screen. So this is what the web page looks like. So students, as you see, will have this help desk at the very beginning. Students are able to text and say, hey, I'm on this page on my FAFSA, I need help. And if it's an easy thing, they are able to get that tech support done really quickly. But if a student needs to get escalated, they're able to actually get on a Zoom call with the U Aspire advisors. U Aspire advisors, if you've ever gotten support from U Aspire, they're amazingly trained, well-known nonprofit that has done this work for tons of years. And they're actually going to be able to get on a Zoom call where they'll actually walk them through the FAFSA with whatever help they need, even if it's also just an award letter that they need support on. Anything financial aid related, a student's able to get on a Zoom call with an advisor and get one-on-one support. So they'll be able to get that one-on-one help. These virtual events, there's going to be financial aid offer reviews, FAFSA walkthroughs. And as you can see on these FAFSA walkthroughs, there are some for apprenticeships, training programs, technical colleges, next steps post FAFSA that talks to them about making corrections, how to add schools, complete verifications, summer financial aid steps, talking to them about what are the next steps once they've completed their FAFSA, if they need to understand what they need to do for financial aid. We all know, like if they need to do loan entrance counseling, all those things that we don't think of, students don't think about because they think once you submit FAFSA, that's the end. We all know that that is not true. And so all of these walkthroughs, families and students can attend, and they're able to just get a quick 1 hour workshop that tells them all the information they need to know. There's also a resources page that students can go through, and it actually gives them checklist, information on how to pay their bills, scholarships, anything they might need. It's all in one website. And so students and families are able to access this throughout the entire summer, and it's going to be opened for completely for free, and students will be able to access it. And so we are also partnering with Get Schooled to have social media to be able to actually push this out to students, because we know, as much as I would love to say that I know where the kids are, as a 30-plus-year-old person, I am not where the kids are as a high school student. And so our social media experts do know. And so Get School will be pushing this out through social media on TikTok, Instagram, making sure that students know that this platform exists for them. We are also partnering up with ADV to make sure that this is also getting to students who applied through Apply Texas and opted in for ADV messaging. We are partnering with them to also let them know through ADV that this exists if they haven't completed their FAFSA, to also know that this is out there for them for support. But we wanted to make sure that you know that there's a way that you guys could also leverage this. So if you are, let's say, hosting events for your students this summer, you can use the walkthroughs or the on-demand materials that we have and do a watch party. You could have this playing in one of the auditoriums or a classroom. And if you have families walking in, you can play the on-demand things, the on-demand content that we have, and have it be a watch party. We will be giving out flyers. You can order flyers, and I'll put the link for you to order flyers from us if you like, to have in your offices, so that way students can, or you can hand those out to students. You can send out this link to information to students and parents. We have text that you can put out of office message. So when you're out of office and students may have questions, and you can say, hey, I'm not here to help you out, but if you need help, this is where you can go for information or resources, or here's a number you can text. If your institution is hosting orientation and you might have students who are coming in and you realize they might not have finished their financial aid and their financial aid steps, might be the place where you can guide them to help for your financial aid offices, your financial aid web pages. This might be a resource that you might be linking them to. So there's different ways that you can kind of leverage our summer financial aid supports that we have this year. And I think with that, Sharia, is there anything else you might want to add before we kind of go into our question?
Just to add a little context, we've never done direct to student financial aid support. This is the first time we've done anything like this. During the pandemic, we did work with Get Schooled on pushing out some different messages to students, but we've never gone as far as like sponsoring, hosting You Aspire workshops directly for students. And so this is an experiment to see, like, is this a thing that young people will log on, will go to workshops online, or will they use our texting line? We're so excited to have ADVI sending out messages because they have a ton of reach. But we're learning from this, and it's being sponsored partially by the Gates Foundation. And they're really curious to know, like, does this work? Is this a viable resource that we can continue to offer? And so we're just excited to keep learning. And as you guys are talking with students and working with students over the summer or in the fall, we would love to hear from you about things questions they're having, support you think would be helpful for them, and what you wish existed, because we love, experimenting and trying new things. And so on that, are you guys getting calls about the FAFSA? Like, is this something that's coming up for you and your teams?
Yes. Yes.
And so you're done. I'm assuming your school is out. So are students calling you? No, you're not out. Okay. So when is your year end?
Tomorrow. Today is the second to
okay.
last day of school. So apologies if you saw some hugs happening while we were trying to do the meeting. We had early release today and we have it still tomorrow. But even right now, I have students. I have one just walking in right now. And they are trying to get cleared for graduation and trying like those last minute discussions of it is time. Whether it was a legitimate reason for the delay, we're still trying to figure out the details. We're doing an opt-out form just so we can clear you for graduation, but I'll still work with you when I get back on vacation in the summer. Like we will keep working with you. And I'm thankful that my district has not just myself, but other staff in place that will continue to work with the kids in the summer. But it is still going, especially because we try to explain pressing submit is not the end. It is literally just you raising your hand. You're starting the process of asking for money. And it's going to be a back and forth. And so many have this misconception of like, but I submitted, I'm done. And especially first gen are not truly aware that it is a process. The word process, they just like, what do you mean? Like, but I asked, but I submitted. So to truly give them that bursting that bubble, like, okay, this is to be continued, logging on and checking your status and what verification forms. So many students assume that we, the high school counselors, are informed of what they need to do. And they will, so Miss, am I clear? Miss, am I done? What do I need to do next? When am I getting my money? And it's that confidentiality kicks in, kiddo. They don't tell me things about you. They tell you. So it's just schooling them literally from scratch on how it works. That process is all happening right now. And so I see the light, like, what? I still have to do this in the summer? That has been eye-opening for them because they thought they were done when they were close to pressing submit, or that they press submit and they expect like, okay, when does my money come in the mail type? Where do I pick it up? That has been interesting, somewhat funny. Maybe to me, maybe not so much to them.
Yeah, and as it's like pushed out, the whole process being pushed out, like I'm sure in prior years you would have had a few months to kind of explain that to them and get them ready that
we would have played with verification March and April so that they had enough time to get an offer and make a decision by May 1st. And since everything's pushed back, they're playing with verification now. They're dealing with flags right now. And it has become a bittersweet moment because this is supposed to be the end and all positive and you're graduating, but wait, I am not completely done. And they really don't feel comfortable that they're not fully. Offer has been given, they understand it, they've accepted, they've done orientation, and they are, ready for, they're not there yet. And those that are not there yet are starting to panic.
Yeah, I could see that. And so we're hoping that the services that we're offering over the summer, if we can get them in front of students, that could help to alleviate some of that panic and give them at least a resource. We know it's not a person that they know, but at least someone. We're also wondering if for the higher ed institutions, if you're going to start getting a lot of these questions, like as students are transitioning and realizing that they don't have everything done, and if their high schools are closed, their counselors are not on summer hours, then it's going to kind of push to you. And so we're curious if you're starting to see any of that yet, and like, how are you guys thinking about providing that support over the summer and into the fall, I guess. Denise, I see you have your hand up.
Absolutely. We are seeing that on a daily basis. Our schools in our area, I'm in East Texas, I'm at Panola College, and it's a 2-year community college. And our ISDs have been out for several days. And so we are getting those students coming in and saying, I can't get this submitted, or can you help us? Can you walk through the process with us to get that FAFSA submitted? Because they just, as far as we have current students coming in and we have new students coming in, just grasping at straws to be able to get the FAFSA submitted. And I feel so bad as a financial aid professional to say, I am so sorry, but I don't know what to tell you except call the helpline or go on the chat feature. And then they say to me, I've called them 3 times and I've been hung up on. And it just absolutely breaks my heart, because last year and in previous years, I could tell them exactly what to do, exactly where to go and how to fix it and make it work. And now my hands are completely tied behind my back. Sorry, that's just where I'm at.
I'm sorry.
Preach.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what you're feeling is what so many people are feeling. So feel free to share how you're feeling. And we are printing like little postcards that we can give you guys a link to sign up if you would like printed ones. Because those are the type of things that maybe like in your offices you can hand out when students come in and ask those questions. So it's not just like call FSA. Because some of the challenges that students have, like You Aspire is able to give them advice. Like it may be a situation where they need to delete their whole application. Like we saw errors like that where you had to just start over, or there'll be little things that you can do that since they hear these questions all the time and it's all they do, they may be able to like solve that problem for the student. We can't say like every problem, because sometimes things are just broken and they have to raise that and get it fixed. But we hope that this will at least be helpful and give students another option. And when they inform You Aspire about challenges too, they do have more connections with FSA and the Department of Education to be able to say like, hey, are you guys aware of this error that we're getting? And to get some answers for students. Anyone else like to share just about feedback you're hearing from students, questions you're getting, concerns from your staff about workload? Do you guys know if your students have completed the FAFSA? Like, are you able to see on the higher ed side, like, here are all the students that are coming, and of those 15% haven't done their FAFSA yet? Well, I'm getting a note from Jenny that we have 15 minutes left, so I guess we should keep moving, but drop stuff in the chat too. I want to welcome Maura Lee to share a little bit about the Do the FAFSA campaign, which is another great initiative to help get the word out about FAFSA this year.
Yeah, thanks, Sharia. As Jennifer mentioned earlier, I'm even older than her, so we are definitely not where the 17 to 21-year-olds are online and in social media. But NCAN decided that one of the best ways that we could potentially stand up messaging this summer was to create a social media campaign. And so we have raised several $1 million with a very clever name, Do the FAFSA. Hashtag do the FAFSA. I don't think we can be any clearer. I don't think we can be any shorter in what the messaging is about. It is a social media campaign. It started in the middle of May. It will run through the end of August. It is targeted to 17 to 21-year-olds in every state. It's also targeted to those that may come in households where the projected income may be $60,000 or less. It will be in English and in Spanish, right? And our goal is to get messages to students to drive them to FAFSA completion. The campaign also includes paid influencers. I would love to tell you the names and who they are, but I have no idea. I've seen the names, but I don't know who those people are. And that's probably really good because I'm old and I probably shouldn't know the influencers, but I hope the 17 to 21-year-olds do. So we have paid influencers and volunteer influencers that will be working throughout the summer. We're going to get our first big report tomorrow, but the campaign did open May 13th. We got sort of a quick sneak peek from the first 5 days that it was open, and I'm certainly not the social media guru, but there were almost 1.3 million impressions from all the social media around the country. It led to the clicking, and we saw that over 6,800 people directly clicked onto FAFSA.gov. Right. And that was about a 50% rate. And social media tells us that the average click rate is somewhere between 4 and 8%. So we are sincerely hoping that the messaging is working. You can see here a few samples and where we're going to be: Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Snapchat, all those good kind of things. Right. We have, you know, the social media. We're literally making it available to absolutely anyone and everyone around the country who wants to use it. The link is there. You can go on, download the messages, use them however you want. You can see what our key message is here. Probably the main one and the message we're trying to get to people is it's not too late. You know, we don't want any students to have given up, and let them know it's still not too late to get the FAFSA finished and perhaps be ready to enroll this fall. We remind them most people get money. More people with the new formula are qualifying for financial aid than in previous years. The form is simpler. The 10 minutes to fill it out. Morley's editorial comment, if I'd put in parentheses, is when it works for you. When it works for you, it's really good. If you don't have any issues, it's good and it's quick and it's fast and you can get it done. When you have an issue, it's not 10 minutes. Let's just be honest about that. So we're really thrilled about the campaign, thrilled to be able to offer it for every state. State partners like Texas, everybody can access the resources and use them. Just recently added this week, if I'll say to Shreya and Jennifer, having been on there, we added a really short 30-second video that I think is really pretty good. So we're thrilled with the campaign. We want all kinds of people to use, and Jennifer's kind of showing you, you know, the resources in English and in Spanish. So please, 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 anybody doing campaigns, messaging, anything, feel free to go on and steal everything you see there. This is the whole idea. So we are hoping that this continues to push up the FAFSA completion numbers for the class of 24, but we're happy if somebody in college is doing it as well. Every FAFSA counts, right? And continue to close that gap that you initially saw. Every single state in the country is behind. There is no state whose class of 24 is ahead of the class of 23. So we have got a lot of gaps to fill. Gilbert, I see your hand up. Can I help you?
I don't know, Morley. We'll see. I may be beyond help. I'm kidding. So I guess two questions. I actually had a question for you and for Jennifer. So my question for you is, when folks go to do the FAFSA site or info, does this link back to what Jennifer and Sharia put together so that it connects families to the U Aspire support, et cetera? That's one. And the second question, Jennifer, this might be more for you. If I recall correctly, when you're going through the slides, you had a number that students could text. And that through that number, I believe, I'm not sure if I understood correctly, but if they text the number, then the student is able to set up basically a Zoom, a virtual help session in English or Spanish. And is that immediate, or does that direct them to the specific, I think you had a series of virtual events. Does it direct them to that, or is it just, hey, text, I need help, set up Zoom, and you do the FAFSA?
So I'll jump in just on the first question. These are separate campaigns, and so NCANS will push directly to FSA, like do the FAFSA right now. But then we will also have some social media content that Get Schooled is creating to push to the, if you need help, here are some options for that. So these things will both be running in parallel. And hopefully the Texas students who, need help are able to get the information too about the work that we're doing. But if for, like Morley was saying, if it works, it does work. And so hopefully students will be able to just go in, put in their social security number. They have a great linkage with the IRS data and it all works. And they won't need that added support. Jenny, I'll let you take the second part of the question.
Yeah, and to your question about ours, so that phone number that we saw on our site, a student will go, and if they'll text that number, they'll be connected to a US Buyer advisor, they'll pose their question, and if that question can be answered through text, they won't need to be escalated. But if that question needs to be escalated to a Zoom call, they'll schedule the Zoom call. And I believe our Zoom calls will only be in English. Is that correct, Sharia, for now with the US Buyer advisors?
So yes, but the way that theirs works is they have 24 hours to be able to respond via text, and then they set up a meeting. And so a question we can ask their team is like, if there is someone that does need Spanish, can we get someone in to support them for that call? Because they were able to hire a translator for the workshop so that we have on-demand versions of all the workshops in Spanish. And they have a lot of materials in Spanish. And so they don't have a staff person who is bilingual and can do that work on a consistent basis. But if we have a high demand for it, it's a possibility that we could offer it. They've said that they don't get a lot of requests for Zooms, that students don't really, because we asked them about a cap on how many of those we could offer, and they said they're just not very popular. And so we would have to see the demand to build out in that way.
But to continue on with your question, the Zoom calls don't have to be directly linked to those like live sessions. Those live sessions are separate. The Zoom calls could be anything from the student is like, I'm trying to create my FSA ID and I keep getting stuck at this point. Can you walk me through and literally go line by line with me until I create my FSA ID? And that's what that Zoom advisor will work on with that student. The live sessions are more on like, we're gonna talk about a FAFSA walkthrough. So we're just going to walk through what the FAFSA looks like, while the one-on-one sessions are very, very much more tailored to the student's situation specifically that they bring to the advisor. Does that make sense, Gilbert?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Did I see anything on corrections on there for the FAFSA?
Yes, one of the live sessions is on correction. So they just talk generally about if you need to make a correction, this is what the corrections process looks like. But a student could, for example, set up a Zoom call about, I got flagged for corrections and I need help doing them. So can I just set up a Zoom session for myself to make my corrections? So it just depends. We know many of you know you have students who need to be handheld to do things. And there are students who like, they can sit and watch a YouTube video and then do it themselves. So we know that there's different students who can work differently. And so we're just giving them different avenues to be able to do so.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you all.
Of course. And so I think lastly, just very quickly, and I'll make sure to follow, or I think Sharia, we want to do this very quickly if we have a few minutes to talk through this. I think it's probably very exciting.
Yes. So we wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there are some federal funds available to supercharge any FAFSA support over the summer. The Department of Education realized that, this is a really big problem. Organizations are having to do FAFSA support in the summer, which is something that we've never had to do before. So they made a fund of $50 million available, and the QR code link or code here will take you to the website if you want to learn more about it. But basically, we can go to the next slide and I'll just explain. It's being managed by ECMC, which is a national foundation. But they're allowing you to do everything from expanding the availability of advising. So if you want to hire people in the summer to help with FAFSA support, having events, hosting like our Super Saturdays, our different FAFSA completion events. If you need help with data sharing, I mentioned earlier, like, well, what percentage of your incoming class hasn't done the FAFSA? Like if you needed to bring somebody in to like do that work and figure that out, and proactively reach out to those students, you could get funding for that. Recognition programs, if you want to celebrate school districts or campuses or partners who've done a really good job at this work, and also just general outreach. And so it's a really fast, tight turn. The funding has to be spent by the end of August. And so they said the limitations are really on the ability to spend the money. But it's a really quick, concise application. We've submitted, we haven't gotten our answer yet, but a lot of partners have. It's like a 2-week turnaround where either you get questions or you get an award. And no award is too small. So even if you wanted to just do something small and you want to ask for like 5,000 or 20,000, you can do that as well. So we just wanted to make sure that you all were aware of that opportunity.
Sure, if I could just add, the groups that are eligible are higher ed institutions, K-12 school districts, community-based organizations, and state agencies. There are a couple state agencies that we're aware of that have applied to do a lot of messaging and support over the summer. They got almost $1 million each, right, to do this work in their states. So we are thrilled to see that. ECMC is supposed to be standing up a web page. And it's supposed to be by the end of the week. So that now means tomorrow. So we'll see if it's up and live, but it's going to list all the orgs and it's going to be updated on a regular basis as more and more orgs get awarded so that you can see maybe who your neighbors are that got grants, or if your state agency got a grant, like how can we have people, you know, maybe work together and utilize their resources, right? And not trip over each other as well, right? In helping students get their forms done. So thanks for just letting me add that.
Yeah, no, those are great points. So pretty much everyone on this call could apply if you wanted to. We can go to the next slide.
Yeah, and so very quickly, just to close out, we just want to let you guys know that we are always here to make sure that we are sharing information like we've shared today. Like that is our goal as TexCan, is to make sure that we are the connective tissue of all of the college access work that's being done across the state. And so we do this by ensuring that by ensuring that all the information, tools, resources that is being done across all the different things, regional partners, state agencies, and anything else. And so we do this through our data dashboards, our newsletter, our blog, and we even have a TexCan Financial Aid Resource Hub. And so you will see here, we have these all in QR code form. I will make sure and follow up with Renee and Leah at the end of this call and make sure in all the QR codes that I put in the chat, what you have up here on screen, and follow up in case you guys would like to sign up for our newsletter, have access to our resource hub and our data dashboards, because we are, again, always making sure to send out the latest information on funding like this ECMC FAFSA support strategy, the latest information on FAFSA data, and anything else that we think would be interesting and helpful in anything that is having to do to support students through the transition from K through 12 to post-secondary. And so I know we are almost to our time, but just wanted to make sure if anyone had any final questions, just putting out the floor for that. Okay. Shreya, any final words?
No, just thank you for having us today. If you need us, please reach out. We're happy to help and support in any way.
So I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank you so much for everything you're doing. This is going to be incredible for us. I didn't mention this earlier, but I know we're all really worried about this summer because we always have late applicants who need us, but there's just going to be so many and so much. And so we're really worried about students getting left behind. So this is going to be incredible for us. Thank you very much.
All right, we appreciate that feedback, and please let us know if there's any other ways that we can be helpful to you.
Yeah, thank you again for joining, for all three of y'all. This is great information. Like you mentioned, we'll try and collect all the QR codes and resources and get them out. And definitely, this is to the committee. Use them. like get them out there. I mean, there's definitely no harm in spreading the word that these tools are out there, because even if one person finds one resource and can finish their FAFSA and make it, that's just that's an accomplishment. So thank you three for joining us, and I'm sure we'll see you in the future. If you ever have any other discussion items you want to present to the FAAC, our door is open. So let us know.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're up to a discussion. Bridge the gaps. Gaps being goals, achievements, progress, and solutions.
Yeah, if you recall, last meeting, we created this opportunity, and this will really kind of be the end of our meeting. I know y'all are all hungry for lunch and trying to move forward with your day. So this segment is really an opportunity to either share achievements, goals, things that have happened, especially with all the FAFSA stuff. Is there something outside of FAFSA that maybe has happened at your particular organization? I say that just because there's different, different members on, but something that you want to just give a shout out. This is a way to be positive and really recognize different things that are happening out there in the community. So I will stop and see, does anyone have anything they want to share? Jackie, is your software launched yet? I think last time she said she was working on it.
Yes, it is.
Yay! I know
Yes,
software launches are not always smooth, but
we will be awarding, or we are awarding students in Workday. Now, I don't know how on earth we will do any of our reporting from Workday, but I guess we'll figure that out.
but it's off the ground, so that is
That's
a huge
right. It is off the
achievement.
ground.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
I see Denise's hand up.
Denise.
Well, I don't know if this, it's not really a thing, but the information that was just provided to us by TextCan, I just went and pulled my 3 counties in my district, and oh my gosh, this information is incredible. I can't wait to take it to my administration and say, here, look, I have it in black and, well, actually it's in color, so they can see. And that was an incredible presentation. Thank you so much for having them, because I think they're a resource that we can really tap into. So thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention my daughter was a senior last year, and there was a group that was texting her advisement all year long. And they did such a great job. I asked her to text back and ask, who is this? And it was them. It was TextCan. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. I probably should have mentioned that when they were still online.
No, I'll definitely report back all the positive feedback and compliments that y'all are giving. The coordinating board partners with TextCan and UAspire all year long for different events to partner with school districts and colleges. So they are a huge connection point for us to get, resources and advocate for students to go through higher education. So thanks for the feedback. Any other things going on at your schools? Anything big? Any new buildings opening? Like anything cool? It doesn't have to be like so focused on financial aid, something that's improving your work life.
Denise?
We just opened a new energy building like last week, and it is gorgeous, and it's got some really, really cool features and all these simulation labs and to go with petroleum technology. And it is just a really cool building, and we were excited to have it.
Yay. That's awesome.
Exciting.
I'm always impressed all the new technology and things that are happening out at these schools that I've gone to see. I'm like, wait, why did they not have this when, back in the day?
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Guess I'll talk about remind you first I want to thank everyone for participating in the meeting today, and I think we had a good meeting today. And I wanted to remind you of our next meeting, which is September 12th, 2024. And I want to also remind you that if you have any ideas for future agenda items, please submit them to our chair, which is Millette or either Talia. That would be great. Anybody else have any of the meeting feedback?
Oh, and I'm just circling back from my very first comment, which was prior business. So I don't think we have any major issues that came up today or questions that went unanswered. I think there was one that kind of came up. I think Deshay said she was going to look into it. I don't know that I would consider that prior business, but anyone have anything that I need to address when we circle back in September? Did not hear anything. Gilbert?
Hey, Leah. Actually, I remembered the question I wanted to ask. It might have been Laura, and that was the cadence for updates on FAFSA data received and TASFA data in Counselor Suite. Has that? I know that they're updating, so I'm curious if that cadence has changed from weekly, or how is that? How frequent is that update?
It's
and
daily.
We can do that offline unless you know.
No, it's daily. Any submissions that come through for TASFA are done daily. The FAFSA may be a little different because it's basically a pass-through of information that we get from Department of Ed. So, and I think Deshay still might be on. She may have a little bit more insight on it. But as far as I understand, we essentially get the ICER data. We kind of do a simplification of that. We only get modified or what's the word? We only get certain information from the ICER. We don't get the full ICER data, but then that gets forwarded over to Apply Texas. But the actual batch process that feeds in is daily.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I'm curious on the cadence for FAFSA since, the delay happened.
Right.
And that's still weekly. It had been updating, I think, on Thursdays in the past. So just curious. I mean, and again, I can send a note if it's.
Sure. Yeah, like I said, I'm and Deshay, I see you're on, but I get the notifications every day in my inbox that the files are being routed through. So I imagine, but keep in mind, one of the challenges with the Counselor Suite has always been there's a data match that happens. There are sometimes applications that get submitted through the FAFSA that don't end up in the Counselor Suite for a variety of reasons. So I think that data is flowing, but because of the amount of challenges this year, I suspect they're not all making it over the Counselor Suite very smoothly.
That's what I suspected.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leah.
Sure. All right. So it doesn't sound like I'm not writing down any prior business. Of course, we'll look at the meeting minutes as we draft those. We'll be getting the approved minutes published to the webpage. But I don't have anything else. Anyone else have anything else before we're have Cecilia do the adjournment?
Okay. I ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, who first? Okay.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, y'all. Enjoy your summer.
Yes. See you in September.
Yes. See you soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.